I had. I'll call this meeting to order. Let's stand and recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty. Let's pray. We come to you today asking for guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of community. Brief moment for your own attention. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda. I think we got some things on, or at least one thing on consent to move before we approve the agenda.
Pull it up here.
Morning, Doreen. Had me worried.
Oh, I had a good phone call.
That's fair. Let's move. Let's take the early closure for Christmas Eve Day, which is under I-9. Let's move that up to commission. Let's make that H3. If there's nothing else, I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda with that change.
Move to approve with that change.
Motion is second on the floor to approve the agenda with that changed. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The opportunity for public comment. It's the opportunity for members of the public to come forward and share with us their needs and wants. If there's something on the agenda, I request that you'd wait for that agenda item to come up. If there's something else that's not on the agenda that you'd like to discuss, I'll allow 3 minutes per person. Anyone from the public wish to speak? Anybody from the public wish to speak? Ma'am, you have something? Oh yeah, wait for the road if you would, please, ma'am. Yes, thank you. Yep. Anybody else? Seeing no one come forward, we'll get on. Let's go to Director of Equalization.
Morning, Commissioners. Rhea Crane, Director of Equalization. Just following up for the month of August, we had 362 properties visited in finishing up our reappraisal projects. Jill and I, and actually Jackie from HR, attended SEDAS's meeting in Chamberlain. We did successfully roll the 25 books to the auditor in one afternoon. That was great.
That might be a record, huh?
Could be. We are preparing for the exemptions. They have been emailed out. The notices have been emailed out, and they are now coming back in through the state program. And last week, Mike, Jill, and I did attend school in Sioux Falls.
Any questions for the Equalization Department? Anyone here from the Register of Deeds Office? Anyone's here from Register of Deeds Office, Sheriff's Office?
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. The report that you have in front of you is our numbers through the August. I know the label on there says July 2025, but it's all the way through August. The calls for service obviously are up due to the rally and the numbers that we experienced through that. But we seem to be on track for where we were in previous years. Just a quick highlight just to show you kind of what the work the deputies are doing. Guys going over and above. On Saturday, one of our deputies got a call of animal abuse and neglect. He got to the house and found this family had 10 6-month-old golden retriever mix pups that they no longer could care for and needed help with. And so this deputy took it upon himself to contact numerous rescues in the area, including a rescue, a golden retriever rescue in Minnesota. And by the end of the workday, he had all 10 labs in new homes and things like that. Well above and beyond what we would expect of our deputies, but fantastic job there by Deputy Weaver. Moving to the jail, the average population remains about the same. Obviously, we saw the spike in August, but the year-to-date total is 60 is the average. Same time year-to-date last year was 64, so we're on par for there. And then again, Butte County continues to be our number one customer in regards to inmates being held at the jail, with a couple from Pennington County and Lawrence County as well, bringing up second and third. So.
Any questions for Chief Deputy Johns? You've been working on some numbers, rally costs and stuff. I don't know if you want to talk about that at all right now. I know you and I have talked about it. I don't know if you're ready to visit about it. I know it's a work in progress.
Yeah, it is. It is a work in project, but just taking a look at the overtime expenditures for the sheriff's office and the jail, and just for the rally, we're right now at $139,000 that Meade County paid out in overtime to staff to cover the splurge that is the Sturgis motorcycle rally.
So that's just overtime. That doesn't include the extra deputies that we hire.
Well, that includes their time as well too. It's over and above what normally would have been
not
spent.
just overtime. It's over and above what we pay for our deputies.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And
sorry.
No, you're fine. You and I had the exact same
Oh my
thought.
gosh.
That's not good.
The world's colliding now. We better call this meeting off.
Where the additional work is being done is I'm trying to factor in the additional work throughout the year.
Yes.
For example, Teresa, the admin assistant in our office, spends a great deal of time in prep work getting things ready for the rally, making sure that we've got all the paperwork ready to go, coordinating with the highway patrol. The amount of coordination that is required in order to bring in all these outside agencies to do work in Meade County is tremendous. And so I'm trying to put an hourly figure on the work that Teresa does. Another example is Susan Ford, who handles all of our inventory, all the work that she has to do to provide for uniforms, equipment, making sure our cars are ready to go, things like that as well. So I'm trying to find all those, they don't come to the forefront right away, but the extent of the work that goes into preparing for the rally and being able to kick this thing off, to the point of talking to Buildings and Grounds and talking about the fact that the pipes had to get cleaned at the old jail. We had some backup issues in the old jail and things like that. These are the costs that Meade County bears during the rally.
Be sure and also put in Cheryl Cross's time, because she spends a like number of times doing that, getting the extra staff for the jail. And also we need to track the history of, Pat said we didn't have anybody staying over this year, which I'm not sure if he was actually, that seems highly unusual that we had no holdovers. But we need to know those holdovers, because sometimes they last for months and months. And along with that, we need to add, and I'm sure this probably comes from the auditor's office, the court-appointed attorney fees.
Mr. Chair,
Mm-hmm.
would you also like rally-related costs from other offices?
Absolutely.
I think it's going to be, yeah, I would certainly like that. I just knew Chief Deputy Johns was working on this project, so I thought I'd put him on the spot a little bit to see where he was at with it. So I think it would be helpful for the county to look at some of these costs and to understand that, because I certainly get it a lot on the street. People say how much the rally costs us, and it does some, but it'd be nice to put those, have some numbers to go with that.
And along with that, JJ, when you guys go down to all those meetings down in Rapid and around on all that stuff, you need to compute in there a percentage of your times.
Correct.
Too.
Yep. Absolutely.
Any other questions for Chief Deputy Johns?
I don't know about a question, but a comment. I was recently contacted by Miss Kiera Cleland on Peaceful Pines Road in Blackhawk. I know you've been out to her property, and I know Troy has too, with an approach, and she's really been expressing a lot of concern about the speed limit in front of her property, speeders, right away for their ditch, whether they should mow, shouldn't mow, whose responsibility it is. and I did kind of let her know that I would sit down and have a conversation. Kind of settle their issues they're having. They are at the base of the hill where it turns from 25 to 35. I don't know that I know they want to kind of make that road 25, which I don't know that it's truly a possibility to even do right there. They are afraid to mow their lawn in their ditch, and then I know they did complain about installed an approach without a permit, and they don't quite understand why. So I think it'd be definitely a conversation to have, and then maybe see them to kind of take care of it.
Fair enough.
And I think just kind of watching the speed on that road, I think there's somebody that maybe is beating the speed limit a little bit. Oh, shocker.
Yeah, there and lots of other places in Meade County. So
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. So
fair enough.
Any other questions, comments for Sheriff's Office?
Everybody wants surveillance until they get caught.
Yeah. So years ago in another life, a local person wanted a four-way stop sign out in front of their house. And the traffic engineering team for the city said four-way stop sign is not applicable. It'd actually do worse for the community, and she was very vocal, and she ended up getting her four-way stop sign ordered by the council. And the very first ticket issued at that intersection was her. So, yeah, be careful what you ask for.
Thank you, Chief Deputy.
Thank you.
State's Attorney's Office, you have anything to report? Nothing to report. Treasurer's Office. Doreen, can you give us a brief update on how things are going down there? I know we've had some issues with the state.
Yes, and we have more issues coming up, and I would hope, I'm going to send Robin a text and see if, or maybe Rhea can, if she can come up as soon as she gets a break. The state had more devastating news for treasurers. Oh, that's right. They don't have their current software solved, so they're implementing additional changes in the way they manage motor vehicles to make it even more complicated. So instead of it being an easier process, the treasurer's office is now going to have to go back to doing copies and faxes and everything else, are no longer going to be able to use the U.S. mail for these things, because the U.S. mail apparently is losing the envelopes with the titles, and the out-of-state licensees have their Social Security numbers on there. I think I asked, when Robin called me, I told her to get with Ken, and Ken to write a letter to these people. I assume he did, because
what I was informed of is a single incident
if
where
you could identify yourself.
Ken Klebrad with the State's Attorney's Office. What I was informed of by Robin was a single envelope that got shredded. The envelope arrived in Pier, but the contents did not. Included thereon was out-of-state applicants, which includes Social Security numbers and driver's license. In-state is just driver's license as far as personal identifying information. She intended to write a letter to the out-of-state people advising of the release of information. Nothing we did wrong. I suggested she do the in-state people as well. It was a total of, if I remember right, 23, maybe 31, that kind of range.
Yeah, I think 24. But when they met in Pier last week or week before, whenever that was, apparently it's a problem statewide. So as a result, that's one thing. They're no longer going to use the U.S. mail as a viable source. It's just kind of a S show down there, and
Here.
in Pier, and the treasurers are all but having a uprising. And I'm sorry I forgot Robin was going to be on vacation. This is the first time she's taken a vacation since she's been the treasurer, other than a day or two off for a funeral.
Sure.
So
And how did it go down at the state convention on this topic? I don't think you were there, but
like I said, the treasurers across the state are probably want to revolt. And then to make matters worse, the state is getting the extra $2 that the state is charging for all this inconvenience. And some of their senior people who can answer these questions have resigned.
So when they say don't use the U.S. mail, so they're going to use us and FedEx or what?
They're going to use email. That same system that went down for 2 days.
Okay.
And treasurers across the state are having to put on additional personnel to accommodate this new advanced software program. And apparently they don't have any people from Texas or wherever it came from in Pier to try to help solve the problem.
I don't see anybody from the...
Oh, I also told her to check out what it would cost for a kiosk. I think maybe I told you that before that. Perhaps a kiosk downstairs or out in the lobby. I see Tony ears perked up. If something like that would be possible, that perhaps that could help if in lieu of additional personnel.
Right. So somebody is just doing a simple renewal, kiosk, and then transferring titles.
And we thought, if possible, if it could be in the lobby, it could be available after hours or whenever. I don't know. There's logistics to work out.
Sure.
We don't know yet how much it would even cost.
Okay, I don't see anyone from the BSO Emergency Management. We do have I should have done this during a public comment, but we do have a guest here today. He's happens to be related to someone as well. Moody County Commissioner. Could you come forward, please, and introduce yourself? And love to have you introduce yourself. So, yep.
So you're having problems with it too, I assume, in Flandreau? Yeah.
Sure. Well, thanks for being with us, Mr. Doyle. I don't know if I'm more nervous as chair or your daughter's more nervous as a daughter, so over watching this. So, but thanks for being with us today.
You know, I knew you looked familiar. It took me a minute.
Let's move down to the IT department. We have
Good morning, Commissioners. Tony Cummins, Meade County IT. I'm here to talk about the Memorandum of Understanding that I have on our board docs. As part of the well, you're aware that the SB 187 bill was passed last March. And so I've been working in the background to try and make sure the county was eligible to request funding for any projects that may fall into the category by having most of the pre-requirements already in place, items like project boundary fence, DNS filtering, external web server scanning, etc. Those kind of reports that I give on my first Tuesday of the month. I had previously spoken to Rich as we were going through the budget process that I was looking to move from our current 365 email setup to a more secure government-hosted server and avail of the better licensing to use the new security features that's offered in there. There's an increase to do that, of course, as with everything else, moving forward, there's always an increase. The initial quote way back from RTI for the GCC G3 licensing came in about $33.50 a user per month. And I believe the first month we were going to set up and pay monthly. The first month with the data migration came in about $19,200, and then there was going to be an annual monthly recurring at $5,700 for the cost. So $82 240 for the first year had we gone with those guys, and then it would have dropped down to about 68,000 after that once we took over the initial budgeting ourselves. Fast forward to today, and going back to the funding that the state is offering. I'm currently working with our ITI vendor in the state to get approved for their Secure SD initiative. As part of the process, I've asked for the MOU or Memorandum of Understanding to be added today for your attention. I did pass it by Ken and Boat RIA, and everything looks above board. It's basically looking for 2 signatures for me to continue moving forward with the state. It's not tying us into any future purchases or anything like that. The Secure SD project has a minimum of 2 licenses required by the state. So previously, we were just going to move to the G3, but the state is also requiring a Microsoft Defender license. The Microsoft 365 includes everything in Office 365, plus the Windows operating system licensing, advanced security features, and device management in Intune. And then obviously the Microsoft Defender plan extends the security coverage to safeguard all the Microsoft applications, Teams, SharePoint, OneDrive, and all the Office apps. I won't actually know the cost until the MOU is returned and signed by RTI and they reach out and quote the state to actually give you an exact number for when the funds either run out or we get renewal. That said, using the numbers that I'm aware of from third-party vendors and previous quotes that are received, it's looking to come in around the 92,000 mark when we take over funding. Hopefully it'll be less than that as we get discounted pricing from the state bid at renewal time. Our current email solution right now as a comparison is it comes in about 18,500 annually, but that does not compare apples to apples as my predecessor used to say. We got a commercial business standard license, and we're trying to move across to the government cloud G3 with the Defender. So looking at that, it's really apples to oranges. From IT perspective, I propose moving to the county to the Microsoft 365 G3 with Defender for Office. I believe upgrading to Microsoft G3 with Defender strengthens our security posture, assists with IT management of email users and endpoints, and supports compliance. It also will fill one of the biggest issues we currently face today, which is website monitoring and blocking, along with the email clicking. Currently, to troubleshoot those malicious websites or links clicked in an email, I've got 5 or 6 different pieces of software that I got to jump back and forward with to try and combine a report and figure out the who, what, where, and when, right? So I don't have a single pane of glass to look into the network currently. The 365 G3 consolidates email, device management, and government-grade platform, while also ensuring we meet federal and state protection requirements. Adding the Defender 2 plan provides extra threat protection, along with automated investigation, remediation, detailed threat analytics, and phishing simulation training. This is something that the county will greatly benefit from, in my opinion, and by using the Secure SD program and their funds, it gives us approximately 3 years at no cost access and usage, which comes in about $280,000 for the 3-year period. We could potentially then move forward, should this go ahead, we could potentially then phase out 2 pieces of current software that we're using. I won't know for sure till we test. Those 2 pieces of software I'm referring to are current KnowBe4, which is our current phishing, simulation, testing, and training for end users, and then our current antivirus, which is our ThreatDown Malwarebytes. So those 2 could potentially be phased out depending on what the G3 and the Defender license brings across. In addition to the secure email that I'm applying for here, this is just one project that we're actually applying for. In addition to the email, we're also going to move our .org or our .org domain name to a .gov, which would make use of name structure that the state is requesting, so that everybody is uniform. So all the emails from all the state is coming across. Exactly by looking at. Of course, going back to everything can be phished or spoofed, but we're trying to consolidate how our state government entities are communicating. And so, for example, under the new email system, it would become, my email would go from tcummins@meadecounty.org to tcummins@meade.sdcounty.gov. And so, along with that would be our domain name for our website would also change from org to gov, and then kind of give that extra feature of security from anybody looking at it. They know it's associated with with the county government. And then the last page is just a quick, quick comparison. You know, part of that G3 licensing allows me to purchase our computers as we currently are, with the digital license, the operating system. So, for example, I purchased a Dell computer today. It comes with a Windows 11 digital license. Using this G3 licensing, then I can assign that computer to our infrastructure here, and then it automatically assigns from Pro to Enterprise, which gives me all those extra features that I listed on that last page. And that's really important for, you know, from my side of the fence, looking in to make sure that we're trying to stay ahead of the curve, trying to stay as secure as we possibly can, and eliminate the possibility of all that threat actors getting in either via email or outdated software, patch management, etc. So I guess that was my explanation for putting that MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, that the state needs me to have 2 signatures on to move forward to continue the discussion.
So I'll kind of summarize a few things. The MOU is just for us, for the state and us to work together.
Correct.
To get the pricing.
Correct.
There's no cost today. The idea is, I mean, we're going to utilize that $7 million that the state appropriated for this to roll over our current email system. It sounds like the Treasurer's Office is going to go more digital instead of mail. So another
plus for that for secure email. Correct.
This is something that's been a topic since I've been on the commission, talking with Kevin and Tony over the years. Most of the issues that we have are opportunity for data breach through things that we can't control, like limiting some of our websites that we aren't able to do. That was something that we put into assigned funds this year. We did not pull the trigger on it, knowing that this was kind of coming up, and if we had done that, we would have spent the money. But this is, I think, a better option. So,
the comments I'd have is I appreciate you clarifying, because that was going to be my first question, is whether there's an expense component at this level. I think it's a great idea. I also think rolling to the Gov is a great idea. Inherited an infrastructure that started 30 years ago, and it always concerned me that we got that org designation as opposed to the Gov. So I think that makes perfect sense. A lot of bad actors in the world. Perhaps you just worry about the guy down the street, and I got to worry about the guy in Russia that's trying.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I agree. And Tony, as you know, my daughter-in-law is one of the top cyber experts in the world. She has been a guest lecturer down here at Dakota a couple of times, and she told me that this really is one of the top places in the whole country. And, you know, it's funded a great deal by the FBI and the National Security Council, and they try to get as many people from there into their organizations as possible. And they are hitting governments all over the place.
Right. No, we're very lucky to have that facility so close to us and all those people that work for us. I mean, as part of the part of the prerequisites that I did prior to even this bill being even announced was Project Boundary Fence, where I got it, you know, not to share too much, but a device that was planted on our system, you know, to simulate, you know, somebody getting in, and then could they traverse across from A to B and get to C, et cetera, and what kind of data could they exfiltrate, you know, so they've been a great help, absolutely, and they're the people that I'm going to be working with the vendor, RTI, Dan and Tom, and they have a great team behind them too, so.
Well, I think it's great.
Hey, is there any other questions or comments for Mr. Cummins? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve this memorandum of understanding.
I would make that motion to approve it.
I'll second.
The motion a motion and second on the floor to approve this memorandum of understanding. Is there any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Let's move down to, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Let's move down to highway. Troy's not here, but I think you can handle the roadway agreement. D1 is a roadway agreement between the county and the city of Sturgis.
So Similar to the agreement that we did with Somerset, I've been working with the city of Sturgis for about probably almost a year on this one. They're currently are maintaining those roads. We just didn't have the jurisdictional transfer of those roadways. So the DOT maps technically didn't match the requirements, within what was being done. So still a 2-year agreement this year, next year for our maintenance side. Troy's on board with helping out. Obviously, we're all in this same community, so I've been trying to work with all of the communities in maintaining a good working relationship, and then just the transfer of what the city would be maintaining and what the county maintains, just getting it in paper.
Any other questions, comments on this? This is the same exact agreement that we signed last meeting with City of Somerset, other than
That's
obviously the roads are different.
Yep. I'd like to thank Kevin and Aaron for their work on this as well. I mean, we had a good meeting with them, and everything went really well.
I would like to thank you, Rich. You put a lot of time into these agreements. Yeah. Any other questions, comments on that? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve this agreement.
I'll move to approve the Sturgis roadway agreement.
Second.
Motion and second on the floor to approve this agreement between the county and the city of Sturgis. Is there any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Traffic count analysis. You want to come forward, Ms. Reisman. Looks like we've looked at Dalzell, Titan, West Nike, Luxembourg, and 132nd. Any questions for Mr. Eastman? Please identify yourself.
Troy Eastman, Highway Superintendent.
Troy, have we looked at Ralph's Way, or is Ralph Way?
I don't think we actually have counted that one, but we can definitely do that.
Well, it just kind of interests me on Blacksburg. You got kind of more going in than coming out, is whether there's some going out the other way to Ralph's Way.
Yeah, I know it's being used quite a bit, so we can, that's a good point. We'll put that on our list.
Yeah, and maybe not this year. I don't know how many houses they've got built back there yet. I don't know if they got any, quite frankly.
Well, I know there's some added up there once you get to the trees.
Yeah.
There's some that have went in.
It might be interesting to get a baseline before that development starts filling in, and then so we can see, like, okay, they added 20 houses, and here's what it did to traffic on that road.
Yep.
So, at least, I don't know, Rich, I mean, Earl, you guys are on the road part, but I think that Ralph's Way hitting Fort Meade Way might provide us some, maybe get some baseline at this point.
Yeah, I think so. We kind of did that on Elk Vale before the gun range, and they had a shoot this weekend, so I had Nate set up the counters up there for the.
Oh, see what kind of impact that's good.
That was a smaller event, but obviously when we get to the kind of opening days and that type of stuff, we'll
yeah, so that had to be like a private invite event, because I didn't think it was open to public yet.
Yeah.
It was on the north end of the range. So.
Which, by the way, in that article that South Dakota Newswatch wrote, they put in there that 3 miles was going to be paved, or the miles leading up there was going to be paved, which
is not correct.
Which is not correct, which caused me some heartburn with a couple of individuals in the county.
Yeah, I can recap on that one. So we did put base stabilization down, new gravel base stabilization to the top of the hill. This month we are planning on chip seal or an auto seal on that roadway. So it's essentially it will simulate a asphalt road, but it's obviously not an asphalt road. The same time frame for New Underwood is also there, so we are working on that.
And GF&P is paying.
Yes, GFP is paying for they paid for all the gravel, all of the base stabilization on both Elk Vale and
Bill Janklow Road or Way, I can't.
And they're also paying for the auto seal on that as well.
Yeah.
They did not pay for the bridge. The bridge was
county.
Our issue, but that's normal maintenance. Somebody knocks the rail off a bridge, we kind of got to fix it.
That bridge has been an issue.
And I love that bridge.
I am kind of shocked at the maximum speed on Blacksburg. JJ, can you believe that? I suppose you can believe anything. I know, but surely it's not maximum 74 miles an hour. Amazing that no kid's been.
Yeah, and is that
And you know there
that
have been
location-
deaths on that
is that
road.
location in the road district, that leading in?
I'm sure it has to be on our section of it leading
Yeah.
out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we don't count inside road districts,
Mm-mm.
we count all of our
No.
county.
Yep.
And Chris's sister was killed there.
I appreciate you guys getting out to Dalzell. It's been a road I've been wondering about for quite some time. It's a road that goes east to Elm Springs to the river to nowhere, basically. So I've been, and it shows a higher traffic count than I think some would guess, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree.
Any other questions, comments on this road report? Okay, thank you, Mr. Eastman. It brings us up to planning. Oh. The 5-year plan? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. You can come forward, ma'am. When you spoke earlier, I thought you wanted to talk about the 5-year plan. So, but this is public comment, so this will go back to that. So I apologize. It was my understanding, like I said, you're going to talk on the 5-year plan. I'll give you about 3 minutes to speak on that.
Yep.
Yes, if you just identify yourself.
I'm Marilyn Maurer. I live on East Kettleson Loop. So it's the other side of Kettleson Loop. But it's a one road around. Well, we live about half a mile off of Elk Creek. For all our years that we've lived there, for 35 years, it's been maintained. But now there's a sign that says no maintenance up on Elk Creek. And our road is washing away. The culvert is completely washing away. We have pictures of it if you want pictures. Our toxic weeds were contained, but now nobody has done anything with it. And the road itself is going away. Our road, the county maintenance sign needs to be moved or removed. Because on Kettleson Loop, it goes up to Kirk Kettleson's house past his. But on our side, which is a 6-mile loop, on our side, nothing is being done. But, of course, we were told we were grandfathered in, but we knew. And it did happen the way we thought it would, what we feared. We can't maintain it ourselves. We don't have the funds for that type of. And if we did have the funds, we'd have to stop the ranchers and farmers and combines and everything else from going across it because, of course. But FedEx, police, emergency vehicles, they're all stopping at our house to find out where to go. They don't even know anymore because our sign was graded off when you guys decided this year. And so somebody went out and just took our address off of the sign completely. Then when we just said, well, we have to have an address, there was another one put on top, which we do have the picture. But our address.
Yeah.
We're just asking for that half mile that we've had for 35 years that we've lived.
So, thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
I was just making sure I understand where it's at. So it's off Elk Creek Road, going to the north. It'd be east of Antelope Creek Road, right?
It'd be east of that, yes.
And it's that section that goes. You said Kettleson Loop is maintained, but East Kettleson is not. So
neither of them is maintained.
Okay.
On Kettleson Loop, it's only maintained for about a mile.
Okay.
Like Kirk Kettleson. I mean, they're bigger than we are, but.
Is yours the place where if you keep going north and then that cut across goes across the sunflower field there? Okay. That people use?
Up to that Quonset, yep.
Yep, okay.
Our place, yeah. But after that, no, that's not ours.
Okay. Yep, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, and if you go down in there and look, and we've tried to email, and we've tried to call, and we've called,
Sure.
and we've called, because every day, like last night, with the rain, it's even more into the road and underneath.
Yep, come forward,
Come
sir,
up.
please, and identify yourself.
My name is Fred Maurer, and what I wanted to say is this problem started last year when they took the signs down. They put them back up again, but then they put the maintenance one up after Troy said that they would grandfather us in. I started calling, I believe it was in May, because the road started washing away at the culvert. And when I called, it could have been probably fairly easily fixed. But now, after 4 or 5 months, not being able to get a hold of Troy or somebody that could tell me something, I kept on getting a secretary, I believe it was, and she kept on putting in work orders, and nobody's got back to me. And now, after the rainstorms that we've had, that culvert is getting really bad, and there's a lot of big farmers that come through with their big combines, their big sprayers. I don't know if they can make it across that culvert right now the way it is. It's definitely a safety hazard right now at this point, or it wasn't as much. So consequently, if that goes any further, there won't be any emergency vehicles that can go across that road. If that goes any further, we will not be able to make it out of our house. That's our only way in. There's no way that we can go on Antelope Road. There's no way that we can go back and around to West Kettleson. We're soon to have some school kids coming to live with us for, I don't know for sure how long, but with this road going like that there, I don't know. I don't know how we're going to get out of it.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. You have questions for the...
I have a question for Troy.
For Troy, okay, I think...
Yeah, so this was a issue a year ago or two, I can't remember.
Yeah, it was over 2 years ago. That gal that they moved up there, was asking for, gravel to be placed to their place. I forget her name right now. Brittany Eaton, I believe it is. That was requesting a couple culverts, and I know that we did say that we'd replace a culvert up there or along that route.
Right.
Not sure if it's this culvert or another one that was smashed or something. I know that there's probably 2 or 3 at least along that big loop, which we only have 1 mile of it on our county system on the west end of it. But we did say that we would repair a culvert, and we've been up there on the very north end of it that runs east and west, which we need to go back there again because there's like a 6-foot culvert that's really washing out with all the rain that we've had. We put a bunch of dirt in there to make it so the section line is not a hole right in the middle of it with no warning at all. But I was out there 2 weeks ago, and it's about halfway across the road or the dirt path again. So I mean that whole loop is not in great shape, and it's not
on the system.
Right?
And I apologize to everybody, but we have had a number of roads that have been maintained by the county in the past, but aren't on the county system. We've taken a couple off of our maintenance program because they're not technically in our county road system to maintain. So I've been fielding some calls. I know Troy gets a number of calls, but we have 1,100 miles of road that we have to maintain, and if it's not on the system, that's just part of the project. I mean, it sucks and I get it, but that's how it is. So. Well, I mean, it's no different than the other 5,000 people in the county that have the same issue.
This is on the east side. It's down in the breaks. It's a county road. It's a county culvert. It's not the one that he's talking about. If that one washes away, it would be it's still not right. But if that one washed away, the people from the north could come our way, or they could go, they would have to come our way, or they could still get into it on the west side, not the lady that you were talking about, but the farmers and stuff like that there. But if ours goes, there's no way that we can get out.
Is there one residence up there?
And I understand what you're saying, but we've got all these farmers and ranchers that use that road, hunters and everything else. It's not our road to maintain. I wouldn't mind maintaining my road if it was my road, but it is not my road. It is a county road.
Hey, Troy, can you get out there and get us a map of where this, especially
Right on the curve.
I'm asking, Troy, sir. Thank you. Could you come out there and get us the map, show us where this culvert that's in question is at, and get us some more information on that, please?
Yep, will do.
Then we can take a look at it after that. That's about all we can do today. So.
Can you also get a road count on it while you're out there?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure there's heavy equipment going across.
Yeah, I know this fall is going to be busy on there.
Okay, so one point I'd like to make, Troy, when you're looking, I want to know whether it's in a section line or outside of a section line, because quite frankly, if you have a culvert outside of a section line, the county has no right to be in there doing the work.
Right.
So I just heard that gentleman say it's on a curve. If it's off the section line, that's not the county doesn't have the right to do the work in there.
So if it's off the section line and not on our system, there's nothing we can do about it. But we will find that out. So that's the best we can do today. I need
to go to New Underwood Road today anyhow, so I'll check it out.
We need to keep moving on our agenda. Thank you guys for coming in.
We live on right in front of it.
Let's move down to planning.
So I made a note to myself, and I'm going to just raise it right now. And I'm going to have to look at with planning maybe whether we need to change our building permit ordinance to prevent people from building houses on unimproved roads. That's what's causing our problem. Is a rancher goes out there, somebody builds a house, and then they sell it to somebody unsuspecting when the road's okay in the summer, and then they don't understand that there's no maintenance, and then in the winter they're in here saying they can't get in. So I think I'm going to flag that for something to look at as restricting building permits on unimproved roads.
You know, you bring up a valid question. I do not believe we mark the roads that are not county roads. And every road anybody drives on, they assume since it's a road, it's a county road.
Yeah, so some of the, even section lines that are open for traffic, generally I believe get marked for 911 purposes, but it doesn't mean the county's going to maintain it. You've done that for a location purpose in case in case emergency people have to get there.
But I believe some of our complaints we get are because people are driving on roads that aren't even county roads, and you assume if it's a road, it belongs to the city, the county, the state, the feds. And I think any road that's not a county road, we should mark it. This is not a county road.
And yeah, it is a lot of roads.
I know, but I mean that just points it out how much
And Rich, you're working
Yeah,
on some of that.
I'm working on some of that for the no maintenance portion of those roads. Hopefully in November, I'm working with the DOT and the LTAP on some of that clarification. So.
But you know, even if it says no maintenance, they assume the county refuses to maintain it. I think we need to be very specific. It's not being maintained because it's not a county road.
Non-maintained county roads, there's several different classifications.
Right.
The difficulty with that is there's the legal definition of a highway includes unimproved section lines. But then there's non-maintained, and people have the right to drive up and down section lines and so build a trail there, but it's not a county road because the county's not obligated to build a road on every section line.
Can we say trail, not county road?
Well, and then a non-maintained county road can be an issue too, because technically private individuals aren't supposed to do any maintenance on any county roads. So when it's a non-maintained road and they have to maintain it, it is a complicated issue, and I know you're working with DOT on it, and to be continued.
So that's a really good point.
And you see, with these,
if we're a Moody County, which is much smaller physically,
it's so much easier there.
And these poor residents, I'm sitting here thinking as they are talking, they have lived out there all these years. And we know from experience from sitting on this side that sometimes in the past, the roads that got maintained were the result of different highway superintendents, different motor grader operators who may have been friendly to their neighbors or whatever, and they were out there. And in all likelihood, from what I have heard today, is that chances are you receive 35 years of service that may have been an error. And that is frightening for you to think of, because you didn't know. And that's terrible. But we don't know for sure, but we'll check it out.
Let's keep moving on the agenda. Let's go down to planning. First one on planning is E1, a variance request, the private well, ordinance 33. We have someone here to speak for that. If you could please identify yourself, ma'am.
I am Patricia Anderson. I was gifted some land of my dad's, 5 acres. And my husband and I had always planned to drill a well there, just so we can have a little independence. With our water, and my husband was a contractor for more than 20 years, and he knew all about building and whatever. I, on the other hand, know nothing, and he passed away 3 years ago, but I decided I would like to go ahead and drill a well anyway, just to have that water source. So like I said, I know nothing about building. I didn't know anything about this. I know that there was some other people up there with wells, so I just figured that's what I would do. I did get a well driller come up. He did not ask me for a permit, if I had a permit or whatever, so I had no idea that I needed even to have a permit. Anyway, so I went ahead and had this well drilled. Now in 2023, the summer of 2023, up there on that land, I know that there were a lot of signs that said, that several times they had to not use their water, they had to limit their water, and so I figured since I was going to be drilling a well, that would probably be a good thing for me to have that water and not have to depend on the community well, since it seemed like they were short of water sometimes. So I guess what I want to have you guys know is I was not trying to be tricky. I was not trying to do anything wrong. I just did not know that I needed, for one thing, that I even needed a permit to drill the well. Another thing, too, was that we went before the planning board, and they said that I had signed an agreement that said that I would use the community well up there, which at the time I did not have the contract in front of me. But according to the agreement, is the way I read, and I did speak to a friend of mine who is a lawyer, and he agreed with my interpretation of this, that on the agreement, I don't know if they have a copy.
Yeah, it's on.
Yes, on so it'd be number 2. At the end of that one, it is said, like the last sentence said, well, nothing herein shall be deemed to prevent Scandrettes and their children who may receive water service from the company, hereunder to discontinue their interest in the company should they secure alternative sources of water or otherwise elect to discontinue such membership rights. And so nowhere in here did I understand that we were obligated to hook up to the community well. It's according to how this to me reads, is that it is available, and they have to, if I want to sign up with them, hook up with them, but that it's nowhere did I read that it was we were obligated to do that. And so I guess what I'm asking for a variance for is because I already have the well there, and I realized I was not supposed to have the well there according to the ordinance, but I did not know it, that I was supposed to do that. And so that is why I'm asking to have the variance granted, since it's already there.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Anyone else here to speak to this? Commissioner Weisark, you said you're planning chair. Could you explain what, for those of us who don't follow planning all that much, what this is all about?
Sure. The entire planning board voted to recommend to the commission to deny this variance. Did sign this agreement back in 2013. The only reason the lot was allowed to be platted was the representation would go onto a community water system. And so we allowed the subdivision of the land at that time. They were required to go make sure that they could get on a community water system. The mere fact that the agreement says if they go back to something else doesn't relieve them from the obligation to comply with county ordinance. They were, that was the entire purpose of making sure that they could hook onto this community system. That was the only way they got the subdivision to begin with. Her father pitched that he wanted his kids to have some land up there. That was a condition put on, and the planning board's determination was can't allow somebody to come back 10 years later and avoid that, because the lot wouldn't have even existed had they known that they were going to use a private well. The private well, even though for the building permit, she has to advance the community water system if she wants to use the private well for gardening and things like that. Our ordinance doesn't prevent that, or for lawn or for any other things. If the building permit, she has to be hooked up to the community system. So that was where the planning board was coming.
Which I don't
Ma'am,
see.
I've given you your time, so if there's a direct question from a commissioner, I'll allow that. Is there any other questions, comments from the commission?
So there's no structure on this property currently.
Correct.
Go ahead, ma'am.
And the conditions were on the plat itself. Were they not?
They were on July 11, 2016 in the planning staff report.
Okay.
Online.
And our ordinance says anything over 9 acres can have a well, but under 9 acres cannot.
Correct.
I didn't know a well digger would drill without a permit.
Ironically, this is not the first one.
Well, but we don't permit well drillers.
Yeah.
The state.
The
that's a
state DNR.
question.
But what I'm saying is, I would think that this well digger should also be turned in to DENR because I don't think you can just go out and dig a well any place you want.
Well,
So he does, there, South Dakota DNR, there is a well permit and the report is all in there. He
He gets his state permit.
he gets a
doesn't
state
check with
permit,
the
it's
county.
not a county permit.
right.
Well, I mean, but doesn't he need a permit for where he digs?
Yes, and DNR did grant all that.
Yeah, so
Oh,
that comes from the state,
okay.
and the state doesn't.
The state
doesn't make a call as to whether and how you can use that well
Okay.
until you get to the actual appropriations permit. Anything under 19 gallons a minute, the state doesn't make you get a permit anyway. So,
okay.
for a permit for the water appropriation, there's a difference between permitting the well, the drilling of the well, and the appropriation of the water. Those are two different
Okay.
permits that are given by the state.
Nor does the
You know,
driller.
we are very fortunate that you are probably the best informed attorney in the area on water rights.
I am not.
Yeah, oh, yes, you are.
Maybe in this room, but
Well, I know in this room you are.
Okay, and I appreciate Talbot getting some compliments once in a while, but at the same time, let's keep moving. Is there any other questions, comments on this, or action?
I'd move to deny the variance.
I'll second.
Motion is second on the floor to deny this variance. Is there any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Let's move down to E2, a variance request, additional residence on agricultural property, ordinance 34. Don't see anybody here to speak to this. Commissioner Wise-Oric.
I believe this is our standard variance we give on a ag property where they want to basically take a residence out.
Yes.
They're building a new residence, and it's a modular, I think, or a mobile home that they're taking out. We give them a permit to build the second residence, and with the conditions that as soon as they get their certificate of occupancy on the new residence, they have to take off the old one. We've done these quite a bit. It's a control to make sure that all of a sudden you don't have a compound out in the middle of nowhere that has a dozen residents.
And it's also, the way I understand the ordinance, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's also somewhat of a control, but it may be somewhat of a flaw. I know Commissioner Liggett and I have talked about it within the ordinance, because it says, is it 25 feet between structures,
Yeah.
but then it would be, if they would replat that ground, they wouldn't want it, actually 25 feet between property lines, but this says 100 feet between a building, so. So yeah, this one makes sense to approve this to me, but nonetheless, I just wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's a mechanism to make sure they take out that second home, but not to prevent them from building a new home.
Yeah.
A stick built.
Any other questions, comments, and/or action on this?
I move to approve the variance.
I'll second.
I assume when you're saying move to approve, just basically the same motion.
With the conditions as recommended by.
The same motion as planning had, I would assume, would
Yep.
suffice? Okay. Motion is second on the floor to approve this variance. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Anything you'd like to address in your report, Ms. Bigg?
No.
Any questions from the commission on her report? We do have to get.
I just have one thing.
Yeah,
I have a
you
new
bet.
staff member I'd like to
Oh.
introduce.
You bet. You bet. Come forward, please.
Max Rook has left. The last day was a week ago.
Yeah, I mean the Friday before, I think.
September 12th was her last.
Really?
Friday. Yep. So this is Anine Ross. She joins our team.
Hi.
Planning.
We always make everybody tell something about themselves. So if you'd like to go ahead and put be on the spot for a minute, it'll be the last time probably.
Sure. I am living in Custer County right now. I am from Virginia as well, but I haven't lived there for over 20 years. And coming to the county, that's gonna complete my hat trick because I spent 4 years working for the federal government with the Interior, and then about 8 years working for the state government in Pierce. So I am happy to come to Meade County and see what county government's like.
As long as we don't lose you to a municipality then. So.
Yeah.
Real good.
Right.
Well,
right.
welcome aboard, Ms. Ross.
I had a question this morning, and as long as you're here, maybe other people have a question about it too. What is being built out by Black Hills Special Services?
Out by across from Blacksburg?
Yeah. Okay, dirt's going.
They moving dirt, or is it
Yeah.
structure?
That's what they want to know what's happening. No, it's out by
That one kind of across from Blacksburg, I think.
out by Pleasant Valley and
That's that
stuff.
subdivision on that corner.
No, it's on the other side.
So that's Bulldog.
It's on the west. Yeah, Bulldog Campground's doing something.
Bulldog Campground's coming in for 5 new lots.
Yeah, they might be
They're going to do a
cutting in the road.
subdivision in a road there.
I think that's the location.
Okay.
Yeah, so that would be kind of south of where I think.
Their preliminary plat is on the contingency agenda today.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome aboard, Ms. Ross.
Okay.
Yep, let's move to item F, our 10 o'clock hearings. Hearing for Ride and Rest Campground Malt Beverage License Transfer to Spitfire Properties.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rhea Crane, Meade County Auditor. We have a on-off-sale malt beverage license that has been sold from South Dakota Ventures, doing business as Ride and Rest Campground, to Spitfire Properties, LLC, also doing business as Ride and Rest Campground. The request and the application fee was received on 8/7/25, and the hearing was published in the Faith Independent. And I believe that they are here if there are any questions.
Is there anybody from the public wish to come speak to this? Anyone want to speak to this? If not, I'll close public. Oh. You don't have to, but if you'd like to, yep. It can help and it can hurt, so I don't know what to recommend. It's never hurt, but if you'd like to introduce yourself, that'd be great. If you'd just state your name, please.
Jamie McIntyre.
Thanks for coming forward, Ms. McIntyre. Is anyone else from the public, do you have anything else to say?
No, I've never been to one of these meetings, so I really didn't know what
That's fine. It's pretty easy. So
We try to keep it pretty painless for you.
yeah. Anybody else wish to speak to this?
Is this a transfer of a liquor license?
Malt beverage,
Malt beverage.
on-off-sale malt beverage.
If no one else wishes to speak, I'll close public testimony.
Any issues out there? Taxes are paid.
On-off sale.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, and or action?
I'll move to approve the transfer.
I'll second.
A motion and a second to approve the transfer. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Neck.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Pretty painless, right?
Brings us to our Highway Department's 5-year plan.
Okay, this is our annual renewal of the 5-year plan here in Meade County with the projects and stuff that we foresee, you know, whether they're underway this year or coming up yet, but then what we see coming in the future. So it's kind of a wish list. It doesn't mean that all this is going to happen, but we have to have it on here to be eligible for grants and funding. Yeah, here it is. We modified it quite a bit from last year. We took some of the stuff off of there and combined it into just, various asphalt projects and stuff like that, just because that's how we're going to bid it moving forward. But otherwise, all the bridges and the bigger projects are listed here if anyone has any questions. And there is a sign-in sheet in the back that I need people to sign, and we're also documenting any questions or comments that we also have to turn in with all the other documents of the certification form and various different documents that are required for this.
Is there anybody from the public that wishes to speak to this? Anyone from the public wish to speak to this? Seeing nobody come forward, I'll close public testimony. Is there any questions, comments from the commission?
No, I think you covered the pieces, Troy. It's always daunting to see the 5-year plan when it's $18 million. But
Mr. Severn, do you have anything to add as the other highway liaison?
Everything seems to be kind of what we talked about, so big number.
Have you received, I'd be curious, via email on this plan, have you received any questions, comments on it? Has there been one that's come up a lot?
We talked with Bros quite a bit on this. They helped us, kind of narrow things down and simplify it. But otherwise, we haven't had much from outside public comment, not a whole lot. I mean, it does come throughout the year. People say, oh, we've seen it on the 5-year plan, this is what's going to happen, and that's where I kind of have to explain this. It's kind of a wish list. We put stuff on there. It doesn't necessarily mean it's all going to happen just like we put it down as, 2025. Well, not everything gets done this year because things change and funding is tight. We don't have that much money. But if we don't put it on here, it's, we got to make an amendment to the plan if we do. So it's we try to list what we hope to get done.
So this is essentially a wish list that doesn't necessarily considers budget considerations.
Nope.
So, okay.
Maybe next year we'll throw Antelope Creek on there for some additional work. I think that as we get into the stuff around the base, we might want to start looking at that.
True. Yes.
Well, I wonder if there's any. Box Elder and talking about some of that too, since they do serve water out in that area a little bit, and then they have the platting jurisdiction. Because we run into planning where all of a sudden they're sending us. They've got these weird long narrow lots, and all of a sudden people are coming in, and Box Elder's talking about chopping them up, and it's potentially problematic. But that area or that Creek area down course, Box Elder needs really to be part of Box Elder someday.
Gary and I did have a conversation with the Black Hills Home Builders Association and part of Pennington County's commissioners a little bit, and we got high praise from everybody regarding you and Tanya on both sides. But one of the big things that I took out of it was probably the need for Meade County to start having conversations. Pennington County, and especially figuring out these roads, getting into these major areas. But we did get a lot of really good compliments on working with you guys, and the way kudos to you guys.
Thank you. No, we've worked a lot with Box Elder. They help us out. We actually use their facility for storage and stuff like that, to work on the roads out there, because it's kind of a team effort at this point already, and it's going to be more so in the future.
Any other questions, comments on this 5-year plan and/or action?
Make a motion to approve a 5-year plan.
Second.
Motion and second on the floor to approve this 5-year plan as presented. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Troy and Nate. Back there, thanks for getting this put together. Brings us down to the auditor.
John, do you want to do the report?
Did you get that other?
Good morning, Commissioners. Rhea Crane, Meade County Auditor, and we have included our August report with the apportioning numbers for August, as well as the court-appointed the liens, as well as the payments. We have August reconciled. Always good news when you see that. I'm happy to report that the last payroll was very successful and ran very smoothly. We did move the time to noon for approval on Monday, and it went very well. Payroll reconciliations is still underway for 23 and 24. Elections is going to be a very big upcoming thing. We do have some road districts that are being proposed. We've talked to many people about some proposed road districts. However, we're just going to get geared up for some trainings in October and November in Rapid and Pierre for the election next year, which we expect to be very large. Dawn and Christina did attend the county convention in Pierre, did some networking, which is great for them. And Dawn and I are looking forward to the levy process that will be starting very soon.
Looking forward to. I like that.
And the growth report that was due September 15th was turned in.
Any other questions for the auditor? Hearing none, let's move down to commission. Brings us, the communique has in there the Board of Minerals and Environment, just an update on their agenda and their meeting minutes. The next one, unless there's questions on that, I'll move down to H2, which was a letter that I signed and we put out. It was due last week. I am now seeking approval on a letter that I sent out. It's in regards to the Beaver Park roadless area. It's essentially, I didn't have any heartburn sending this out on a limb, simply because it was basically comments that we had already approved at a previous meeting. This was more specific to the Beaver Park roadless area versus some of the wilderness comments that we approved in that previous letter. I sent each of you an email saying that I was going to do so. I sent each of you personally, one at a time, an email. So you guys were aware that I sent this out, but nonetheless, I would like approval, and as much as anything, I think it's important that we get it in our minutes.
Motion not to approve the letter since it's already went out, but to endorse the position of the letter.
Okay. Motion is second on the floor to endorse the position of the letter. Any discussion to that motion?
I think that Kevin Forrester also had input on this. He's our Forest Service liaison, I guess.
Yes, Kevin is our Forest Service liaison. Also Mitch Iverson, who all of the Black Hills Cushing County Commissioners hire to put together the county group in reference to Forest Service issues. Kevin and I had a conference call. I looked at the date and I said, well, we're not meeting prior to that. And so Mitch did most of this, to be honest with you. He drafted it, like I said, basically from the letter we have already approved. The comments are some extra. I think it's all in agreement. This would be a benefit to the county to have a letter to go out. So, yes, so thanks, Rich. Any other discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We also brought up from the consent calendar earlier, early closure on Christmas Eve. It'll be titled H3 in the minutes, but it's under I-9. If you want to look at that, basically what this is about is our HR director put in the same ask that happened last year, which is to essentially what we're doing is closing the Erskine Building at noon on Christmas Eve. There's no holiday pay going out for those that are on Christmas Eve. We're just essentially giving permission to close the doors here to the public on Christmas Eve. Someone wants to come in and work, I guess that they can do so and collect their hours. But it'll be closed to the public on Christmas Eve. Any other questions, comments? Any action on that?
Make a motion to approve their early closure for Christmas Eve.
Second.
Motion is second on the floor for early closure of the Erskine Building to the public on Christmas Eve. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. This brings up, I keep forgetting to put it on the agenda, but I'll go ahead and do it anyway. If we could, Commissioner Creed brought up something a couple meetings ago that the commission used to go around and if the commissioner would like to say some things that they've been working on. I think it's appropriate. It is a good thing to do. I think it's a good timing to do that during the commission time. Commissioner Severin, you brought up the fact that we met with Black Hills Home Builders. I think it'd be a good practice to get into if we would do that during this time. So if anyone has anything from the commission to add, there's some things we've been working on. Rich, we have been working with Box Elder a little bit on some things. Go ahead. Maybe you can start with that.
Yeah, so we've been working with them on the, Box Elder and the surrounding areas on an excise tax portion, how maybe the counties can recoup some of the excise tax. There's been some workshops and some meetings. It's been going really well. We've had some really good conversations across the state, I think, really, on that. So we're hoping to get something into legislation this year on that. Yeah. The other ones, kind of the DOT side, working with, Earl and I have been working with the surrounding communities on jurisdictional transfers, and the next piece of that is, maybe a reclassification of some of our roadways that were primary to secondary, and why some of them are primary, I'm not really sure. We don't have missile silos on some of those sites anymore. Some primary roads go to a resident, which doesn't make sense. So kind of reclassifying that and maybe recouping some additional secondary road tax. Kind of a lengthy process for that, but.
Anybody have anything else they'd like to share? Is this the first year you missed the Association of County Commission meeting?
Yes. First year in a long time. I don't really have much to share. Been working, of course, with the city on things like animals and the ambulance contract and always things with the sheriff's department, and I can't think of anything else. Road issues.
Fingers have been busy.
And dogs, cats, Bambi.
Anything else?
Help it.
I guess I have one other. I did talk to Secretary Junt with the DOT. He's been fielding some questions from Brown's office and Governor Roden's office on New Underwood Road. I believe that he did put out a press release. I got information from Troy to verify where we were at, and he included our information in that as well. So I did approve that press release, saying that the intent is to auto-seal New Underwood Road in the 7-mile section that is gravel right now.
To do what?
But it's a chip seal. It's a auto-seal is the name of it.
So it'd be just like it's not going to be a rebuild. Is it going to go back to asphalt then? Is that what you're saying?
Nope.
Or it's just going to be a chip seal on the gravel.
Chip seal on gravel. Yep.
For those of you who think it doesn't matter to us who live in Piedmont, my wife complained about it the other day because our daughter lives out that way, and she asked me when I was going back to asphalt, and I said, never, as far as I can tell.
I don't have a plan, and it's not in our budget cycle for that.
Yes, so I get it at home too.
You too?
Yeah.
Did anyone answer Marcia?
I've talked to Marcia. Okay. I don't know about that, but yeah. Anything else? I guess I will echo a little bit of Commissioner Severin on the meeting we had. Black Hills Home Builders. They pay several questions. One was the weight limit we're working on. That'll be next meeting. The other one, and I was real happy to hear the kudos to our departments, the planning department and the highway department, especially working with Tanya and Chad, especially. They pointed out to the Pennington County Commissioner. They wish that the Pennington County guys would ride around with our guys and see how we get it done, because that was really good to hear. So kudos to those departments. Yeah, Rich and I are working with Box Elder on some excise tax stuff that hopefully we can get some money for some roads.
So the only things that I'm sorry, Gary.
No, you're fine. If you have something, yeah.
Well, the only thing was planning went through, the county TIF made some adjustments, or recommending some adjustments to it. That'll be on our next agenda. for final approval. Planning, Tanya stays very busy planning. There's just continues to be a lot going on in the county, and we're trying to streamline some issues. But you know, it's a difficult situation with growing municipalities everywhere as that interaction. And so the one thing we don't have to worry about that Rich could testify to with me on the MPO is Rapid City has no interest in paying attention to anything across the county line.
Yeah, I haven't had to do jurisdictional transfer to Rapid, which building this to do that.
The other thing, though, they said at the MPO, which is Metropolitan Planning Area, does roads, is supposedly Deadwood Avenue on the Pennington County side is going to be done 1st of November. Cross your fingers. So it's amazing the amount of traffic that gets pushed out to exit 52 in the morning. Since we
Okay, is there anything else? If not, let's move down to the consent item, our agenda. If I get a motion to approve the consent.
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. I'm going to recommend we have budget next on our agenda, but I'd recommend that we'd hold our exec session for. I don't have anything budget related to talk about in exec session, but at the same time, I think it'd be a good time to have the exec session. We got a few items with some legal and some with sheriff's office as well, so we could handle that and we could finish the meeting off with the budget. I'd recommend if someone could give me a motion to go into exec.
I'll make a motion to go in exec for legal contracts,
personnel,
and personnel.
Motion second on the floor to go into exec for legal, contractual, and personnel. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We're now in exec session. I'll just declare us out of exec. Brings us to J, the budget hearing. Does anyone from the public wish to speak toward this budget hearing? From the public wish to speak? Not seeing anyone come forward, we'll go right into the budget. Let's just have, we got the provisional stuff, which includes the means of finance. You want to put that up first, Rhea? This is the one that was passed in July. That was the provisional means of finance in the budget that was passed in July. A big portion of what we need to do today is the Human Resource Department has been working diligently on wages, and sat next to her for quite a bit of it, so I know how hard she's working. I'm surprised that I'm not the one in the cane, but but nonetheless, we did all right, I think. So
Maybe you're lucky she didn't have her cane at the time.
Right, that's probably a good point. So she has a new proposal of a wage scale that she'd like to bring forward, as well as some insurance information. Deborah, if you'd like to come forward.
Yes, Gary, I think this is version 6.
Oh, at least, yep.
So quite a few. Yes, it was a very good budgeting session this year, especially since we had our wage scale updated and such. But I think the good news after going through several exercises is Commissioner Deering reverted back to what our Condrey and Associates wage scale was, that we put everybody at the market share of market value of where their positions were when we received it early June, end of May, early June. So this is the scale. There's been only one change that was made to the scale, and that was in the director's level only. The remaining of it is identical to what we received from Condrey and Associates. So this was used. We went through each position and made the changes according to what was rolled out by Condrey and Associates. Then Commissioner Deering also went through and looked at specific departments and employees. We've made a few more changes. All of those changes would be reviewed with the department head for their department according to each employee where they are currently on the old scale that will be used through 2025, and then the document that we'll be putting together for each department head would include the new wage scale and where it would align for each of the employees for 2026.
Ms. Brenzer, this is for the other commissioners. Like I said, you and I worked on it quite hard. But so we're if this proposal would go through, it's approximately, it's a little over a 5% increase in wages.
Yes, as a whole.
As a whole, over the county, over the countywide.
All departments, yes.
Some departments see a little more, and some just see a little bit less. But
exactly.
it's approximately a 5% as a whole, correct?
And just to make sure clear for the employees, where an employee would be currently on the 2025 wage scale has nothing to do with moving to a full new wage scale that was presented. So if you're trying to figure out where you are and where you would be moved to, this is a full new scale, refreshed according to the ones that we were sent.
So what you're saying is it's a new scale, and so some employees could be put on a new
new grade,
it'd be
new
close,
step.
but it'd be similar, but wouldn't be exact necessarily.
Are there questions?
Any other questions to this proposed wage scale from the HR department?
And I'm expecting that maybe the classifications that we have will probably also need to at some point be added for approval, because we did add some new positions in according to the department heads that they requested, just to give a little more layering in their areas. So I'm assuming we'll have to probably propose that classification for, maybe I can do that next commission meeting.
Gary, so the numbers that the increase in our wages is reflected in our current budget as of today.
The current budget, no, the current budget that we passed, we've only shown the provisional. I did give these two young ladies these numbers so that if this proposal would go through, the numbers would be ready. So she has the numbers here, and she can bring them up if there's no objection to doing so, to including these numbers in there. Since they weren't passed by this commission or agreed upon by this commission, or even looked at by this commission, I didn't feel it's right to put it up publicly. I
have no other questions on the wage.
I think we possibly need action to approve that wage scale for the 2026 year.
Make the motion to approve the proposed modification wage scale. Deborah, my clarification is that grades 21 through 23 for the ones that were modified?
Yes, they're the salaried positions, and they had a step added in front, right?
Okay, so that's the only modification.
That's the only modification.
Oh, going back to my motion. I would make a motion to approve the 2026 proposed wage scale that modified grades 21 through 23.
I'll second.
Motion is second on the floor. So to be clear, this will not be in effect until it'll go into effect on the first pay period of 2026. Which is
Just add that to the motion to be effective. First pay period.
Which is this, I think the week.
December 22nd.
Okay, thank you.
I concur.
Thank you. Don, sorry, I didn't catch that.
So motion and a second on the floor to approve this proposed wage scale for the 2026 pay period. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Let's go to insurance. That's also a big part of this budget that it did not get included within the provisional.
So for our benefits this year, there was increases originally provided to us from Wellmark and also from MetLife Dental. As you can see in the one that's in front of us, reflects the dental. MetLife renewal was a 30% increase that would be passed to the employee. We also went out and had them bid Delta, which was also high, and the annual amount maximum to spend per year was $500 less in our current plan. So RISD Benefits came back with a package from Equitable. This Equitable gave us a small savings across the board of $985 per year to our dental. So a small savings, but at least we would not be experiencing any increases for the employees. Well, I shouldn't say that. It depends on if there's any change to the percentage of the plan.
So essentially, for budget purposes.
For budget purposes,
we haven't changed it much. I guess there's my budget proposal, which we'll show here which is the same spreadsheet that we just got out. If there's no more questions for Ms. Brandsrud, I think we've covered the wages. And do you have anything else in wages and insurance.
So we're going to stay with the Wellmark plan?
Well, we don't, we'll
know
make
that
the
yet.
decision on insurance
Okay.
later.
But our budget
But
one
the
will
budget, yeah, we
Okay.
need to talk insurance probably next month.
Okay.
When we have open enrollment with what we go with. But, so there's really no decision to be made. Budget, but for budget purposes, as long as
gonna
there
use
wasn't a
the
net increase, it would be
current
the
wages.
biggest thing.
Or we'll use the current premium for
Close to, I think within my proposal, the auditor's office adjusted it $5 for the dental, I believe. So that was adjusted in my proposal, but we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, so.
All right.
So
Thank
any
you.
other questions?
Yeah, I have one thing to add. Deborah, I know that you've spent a tremendous amount of time on all of the things that we've talked about for you today. So thank you for what you're doing.
Well, thank you. And I will put together the spreadsheet that
And
you guys have
I want to echo
requested.
that, and putting up with me wasn't very easy at times. So that was, you did a
It
good
was
job. You did a
educational
good
for
job
me.
with both, yeah. So thank you.
She has saved the county and its employees her wage over and over again, and our coverage keeps getting better.
Yes, and we have a good agent to work with, so
I think
we'll see Sonia out here again. I think it's the 21st and 22nd of October. She'll be out here for open enrollment. We'll send out the announcement for open enrollment probably the first week in October for renewing benefits.
So thank you.
Okay.
So if you guys could, what I'd like to do with the budget then is just to go down page by page, department by department. We have highlighted changes that was made from the provisional. The auditor's office did that. There's going to be different colors of highlights because it's some stuff that I'm going to propose that's going to be different, that's not necessarily on there. And how I'd like to handle this is each department we're going to have up there, and if there's something we want to discuss, let's discuss it, get it changed. We don't really necessarily need a formal action on it, but we'll discuss. We can take a straw poll vote, obviously all public. Obviously, the only thing that matters on this is action for the final passage of the budget. So if there's one line item that someone wants changed, let's discuss it. If we agree for a change, let's change it. And then at the end of the day, after this budget dust settles, we will pass a budget. Hopefully today. We have to have it passed by the end of the month, but I'm hoping we do not have to come back. So if you guys would just display the budget up on the screen, and we'll just start going through our expenses. We do have a few things on revenue we need to talk about, but expenses obviously is the biggest one here, which will start with commission, I would assume. Obviously, the wages changed. That's showing the reflective change in the proposed budget from what HR just gave us. Those are the highlights there. The other thing we need to make sure we keep track of, and the auditor's office is doing a very good job so far, and hence the highlights, is we have to document everything that is different from our provisional. Workers' compensation, you guys have information on your desk that came out today. Those numbers are a little bit wonky. Some of the budgeted numbers are. The actual bill that we're going to be receiving, since these wages, Deborah sent it in to our workman's comp guy, and so we have a good idea of what's coming forward. I'm going to say that these numbers went in yesterday at about 4:30, 5 o'clock. I think everyone in the auditor's office was working on figuring these, so we just took a % increase from what it was last year. There's some numbers that I don't know as if they're perfect on the workman's comp, but the budget as a whole reflects the $135,000 charge that's going to be charged for workman's comp. So it may, when the dust settles next year, we may be off a few dollars here and a few dollars there by department, but we have it as a whole. What else is highlighted? That's the only thing. Wages and workman's comp is the only thing highlighted. Is there anything else in commission that the commission would like to talk about? Okay, let's move down to elections. Really not much has changed there, simply because we budgeted at provisional time for an increased wage. With that, knowing going into this year's election is going to be a lot bigger election than we had last year, obviously, we compared it to the 2018 election, simply because it appears that we're going to have a bigger primary with governor's race as well as the congressional race. So we compared those numbers to that. So is why we've got a pretty high number for that. Workman's comp is a big change, and I have no idea why we budgeted. Actually, I honestly don't have any idea why we have $2,200 in activity for this year in workman's comp for that. That's something that we need to look into, but nonetheless, that budgeted line item is the only thing changed within elections. If nothing else, we'll move down to judicial, which there is no change. Is there somebody, if anyone has any suggestions, speak up. Not, let's move down to auditor. Biggest thing is the election, the insurance, workman's comp, which that'll come along with the new wage study, or the wage scale. Excuse me. I want to say wage study, it's the wage scale that was proposed. Anything else in auditor we need to look at? Move down to treasurer. Same thing. It's the wages, insurance.
I do have a question on treasurer. Do we need additional after this last week or last couple weeks with the state? Green?
I don't think it would hurt.
Okay.
What do you want? Where additional where?
Well, I don't know. I'm assuming that we're going to have additional requirement of some sort. I don't know what that is.
Wages or what?
I don't know. And maybe that's a
kiosk or a...
Maybe that's an assignment thing at the end. Because it is kind of unknown, but I anticipate a cost. But it could be just an assignment that we keep track of, and towards the end of the year we assign something.
Yeah, so the kiosk, we have a $5,000 equipment thing, which doesn't look like it's been applied.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it was only added in 2025. So I don't know whether we did that thinking that we might add a kiosk, or if there's some other equipment.
No,
they had
printers or something, right?
It was their credit card machines, I believe.
Yeah.
But it's
and then something with the 605 drive that I think then the state ended up paying for that. Yeah.
One concern that I do have, and maybe Tony, you have some input on this, is that Robin was going to switch to Encode 10 in 2025, and I'm not sure that that's going to happen in 2025.
Oh.
So that was, I believe, about 70,000.
Well, it doesn't look like it was in the budget first.
I know she's planning on getting it, but I think they've been so consumed with the 605 they haven't.
I remember
gone any further.
I remember talking about it, but yeah, we obviously didn't budget for it in either year.
We do have a signed contract, do we not, Tony?
Was that actually we paid for? That was something. I thought we did something last year.
We did not pay for it.
But did we approve? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about it. It's been as far as. Okay, what do you want to change or?
Do you know how much that contract was for, Tony?
We don't know. I think we just keep track of it and put it into assignment at the end of the year.
I would agree.
I just don't want to not think about it, I guess.
Okay. Anything else in treasurer? Okay, let's move down to state's attorney. All changes are wages updated from the wage scale. Anything else in state's attorney? Mr. Wyzorek, anything? Liaison?
Well, in all frankness, state's attorney talked to me about trying to add an FTE. I told her that there's no way I thought we had the room to do it this year. She wants to try to revisit that, and I think we're going to have to take a look at that. Try to come up with some ways to subsidize that office potentially.
Anything else on state's attorney?
I'll just add that she was very receptive to that. I know they're working understands we're trying to hold the budget.
You know, I haven't seen a huge change in their caseload through the years either.
Okay, let's move down to court-appointed attorneys. Really not much on that we can
This
do.
has been the killer.
Yeah, and I think this is if you put state's attorney and court-appointed together with the money that's getting spent. Abused and neglected. Move down to facilities, buildings. I know Ben, he brought to us at provisional time, he's got some other projects. We said, some of those, let's see what we have at the end of the year and possibly look at assignments. But so there's no changes other than wages and insurance that is proposed here. DOE. You got same thing. There's no changes from the provisional other than the wages and insurance. Anything else on DOE? And you guys as department heads, if you're in the room, speak up if I'm moving too fast. I don't mean to just rush through. I mean that more for Rhea right now, but you guys too. So go down to Register of Deeds. Same thing. The only proposed change would be then to top items. Nothing. Let's move down to M&P. Actually, there is a change from this because we had to match it up. Didn't we have to add an expense because it wasn't allowing us in the? We have to add an expense simply because it does not allow us to carry we have money from M&P coming in, and so we have to balance that at least. It has to be zero or something. So we had to add that $12,000. It's $10,000 what we added. Sorry.
I think it was a $250 expense.
Well, no, we had to add the 10 because we have so much in cash coming in this year. I thought that the provisional does say 10,000. Nonetheless, maybe that's what we pass at provisional time. Veteran service. Predatory animal, which is, I did look up the statute. There's a statute requiring every county to pay into this predatory animal. So much per cow and so much per sheep. That's what that is about. Go down to next column, which is say zeros there. Move down to IT. Really no changes. I know Mr. Cummins does have a few projects that he's keeping track of that we'll possibly put on assignments. We'll see what everything looks at the end of the year. I did ask him to stay here throughout in case we did have a software question, so I appreciate you being here, Tony. Nothing on IT. Let's move down to HR. There's nothing on HR. Let's move down to Sheriff. Currently, and I have a couple proposals on this. It is the wages, for one. That's from the recommended wage scale. We did talk about this at our last meeting, and it was changed. Was the camera system? We added another $1,000 to that. That was already discussed. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and there's one more thing that Sheriff West. Was there one more thing? Was that it?
Subscriptions.
The subscriptions, we increased that budget as well, correct?
That was 1,000.
We increased them both 1,000?
No, we increased the professional service and fees by 15.
Okay, it was 15, and then the camera system went up 1,000, correct?
Cameras went up
1,500. Okay. went up 15 and the other one went up 1,000. So that was already discussed at our last meeting. The proposal I'm going to have is the
Professional services.
I didn't. Oh, yes, to add $15,000. Yep. So I'm going to recommend adding $15,000 to that line item. We may have to get into an animal contract on that. This would be the reason for that.
That's the professional services line.
Yeah, I think that'd be the appropriate spot for that. Okay, right?
Yes.
And then the other one's on the jail. So that's the only proposed change that I'm recommending. If everyone's okay with that, we'll keep moving. If otherwise, we can discuss it.
I agree with it.
Okay. Chief Deputy Johns, is that you're indicating yes? Okay. Okay. If nothing else there, then let's move down to drug abuse. Move down to drug abuse, no changes. Let's move down to the jail. I'm going to recommend change in ambulance services and fees. I want to propose that we increase that $100,000. That'd be $275,000 in that line item. The reason so is it appears that contract may cost us more money. We have several different options, but that we want to look at. But nonetheless, it appears it could cost us some more money, so we better get some money in there. Is that appropriate, Chief Deputy Johns? Yeah. Could you come forward if you're going to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that does seem appropriate spot and appropriate for that. I am curious why the wages and other stuff are in the negative.
Well, some.
Got a $73,887 reduction in jail wages from provisional. I think is what he's referring to.
Okay. You got to keep in mind, you and I have had this conversation before, that what we're proposing today are actual wages. What we proposed in the past, it was a kick the can down the road approach, and sometimes we just added to the wages without oftentimes, I should have mentioned this, with our budget, you may see some bigger swings budgetarily wise than that actual 5% that I told you earlier, because oftentimes there's been FTEs that were budgeted for that may not have gotten taken off or on to that. So you can rest assured that each employee is going to get that increase. That is all I'm saying. I can't show you on that. Not that I'd like to show you that. It's not that. When you look at the budget, it's confusing. Highway is another one that's really wonky with their wages. That since I've been on the commission, this is the first year that we've actually taken a look at actual wages. Before, we would take the wages, and last year we increased everybody $1 an hour. And so we just added that to it. The HR department did a fantastic job this year of going through and getting the actual people down. When that information is ready to be released, you'll see that I appreciate how many employees. It'll be employees by wage then. So
we trued up the budget.
So good question.
I think, understand. With the introduction of the new wage scale.
Yep.
And not knowing where people are going to be at on that scale, that's the first negative number that's shown up.
Sure.
So I was just concerned about that.
Good question. I'm glad it got brought up. I should have brought it up earlier. So it's
okay.
It should be getting taken care of.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
We did not cut FTEs.
Right. No FTEs are getting cut. So other than wages, the ambulance contract, the only proposed change. If that's acceptable for everybody, we will keep moving down.
It seems, I mean, we don't know exactly what that's gonna be, but that seems a reasonable.
Yeah,
Well,
it's close.
We may not spend that much. We
Yes.
still are.
There's,
We don't want the city to think that they're getting a
Right.
raise because.
and yeah, I would like to get it all along. I've had several conversations with Sheriff West. Doreen's also liaison. I'd like to keep it the same, obviously, or less. We don't know where we're going to be at. So there's several proposals coming. We better increase the line item.
Yep, I agree.
24/7. That one, like you said, one jail employee basically is designated there. Where these numbers come from. If there's no questions. Let's move down to JDC. Nothing on JDC. Let's go down to, do we want to handle all of the, I guess we just handle them as we go. I was going to say all the outside agency at one time, but let's just handle them as we go like we've been doing. Let's move down to fire then.
This is the work comp that we pay, right?
This is the work, and that says we can drop this. I'm going to recommend dropping this down to $12,000. Actually, we could go a little bit more. The actual, this is for, it's not just fire, but it's also for EMS, volunteer EMS. It's approximately $9,000 is what this bill that you guys have in front of you is showing that's going to cost us this year. I'd like a little cushion because volunteers get added at different times throughout the year. It's a big cushion, but at the same time it should cover it. So I'd like to drop that down. The fire allocation, I'm going to propose, I know we talked and I said I'd like to see a 20% reduction in outside agency funding, but to me this is not the place. I would like to keep the fire allocation the same at that $20,000.
And that's for all of our rural firefighting.
All the rural firefighters, yeah. That goes into the Meade County Firefighter Fund, and then what they do is, well, I was at the meeting last time in Hereford. My fire department came and asked for, they need an extra radio, so then they pitched in for the radio. Things like that, tires maybe get bought, pump maybe get bought. It used to be, Doreen, you used to give it to like $2,500 to each fire department.
A couple thousand each fire department. Then we came to the conclusion that some fire departments need the money more than others, and they're a great sharing group that makes sure that those most in need get it.
So then they decide.
And sometimes they, save it up too. I mean, just.
So I'd like to keep that the same. Let's go down to emergency management. Nothing other than wages and move down to 911. Same, nothing other than down to highway. I have several things within highway. I want to point out, Troy and I met yesterday, and Rich joined us on the phone for a little bit of it to go over this. There's some things in his budget that was not looking right to me. The highway professional services and fees, that is, we've already used $83,000. We budgeted $50,000. $61,000 of that went to engineering on the Haynes Avenue project. So that explains that line item a little better. Highway rentals. You moved that already on this?
We did.
Okay. Guys may see on your spreadsheet or your sheet, highway rentals is, the activity is $188,000 what I have. We budgeted $60,000. There's a loader that Troy is renting and going to be purchased next year. Is that right, Rich?
Yeah, I believe
But
so.
that's all. There's $177,000 of that 188 is for that loader. Now we decided. Rich and I talked about it with Troy yesterday, and so you guys on the sheet that's up on the screen, that correction's been made. That money has went down into the machinery equipment where it should be put, in my opinion, and so it's going to be a little bit different there. I would like to propose on the highway repair maintenance office. This is a couple asks. I'm going to get some eyes rolling at me because I asked this question yesterday, but I'll ask it again today. What I would request on the highway repair maintenance office and the highway repair maintenance shop, if we could combine the two. Troy thought that would make the most sense because he's kind of got confused at times. What's the shop and what's the office? So possibly, with that said, we didn't change any numbers on this. Could we just put that 10,000 from highway repair maintenance shop up into that? So put 30,000 into the maintenance office. It's the same number, and then just zero out the repair maintenance shop. Rich and Earl, I'm asking as much as
That's fine with me. I mean,
telling because it seems to be we're getting when we go through these, it's getting very confusing. So let's put in highway repair maintenance office. Let's put $30,000, and just zero out repair maintenance shop.
works for me.
Okay, the next item down below that, highway supplement and materials for vehicle, we can lower that. Troy, like I said, Troy and I had this conversation yesterday. Let's lower that from $200,000. Let's make that line item $190,000.
I'm okay with that. And we did have a conversation. I mean,
Yep.
I was on the phone with you guys.
Yeah, and you guys speak up because it's your liaisons this department. Then the highway supplies and materials office and shop. I'd like to combine those two as well, and make that a $40,000 budget versus a 25 and a 30. So we're taking 15,000 off of that.
Yeah, that seems. I don't know why they're broke out to be two separate
Sure.
lines.
So if you guys would just put it into one of those and then zero out the other, Rhea, because I know you said it's going to be hard changing the titles right now, but if we could, so it'd be 40,000 and then zero. The next one I have is the highway chemicals. It's unbeknownst to Troy or me why there's a highway chemical budget, and it's been zeros forever. We've budgeted 15,000, but we've never used any money, so that should be in weed and pest, so that should be zeroed out.
I don't know what that one would have been for.
Highway software and computers. Take that from 25,000. Take that down to 10,000. Tony, Troy and I talked to Tony, and he can't foresee any real software issues. I guess if a laptop would get broke, and 10,000 is excessive, I realize, but I think, and you guys are liaisons, so holler.
Yeah, no, I think the reason that we had a larger number is we bought phones a few years ago.
Sure.
And I think that was probably some of that.
But between Tony and Troy, we couldn't think of like 10,000 wouldn't cover that budget for this year.
I think that's fair. I don't foresee purchasing.
Let's go down to bridge plank, which is 201-311-426-6064. Troy said there's quite a bit of bridge plank on hand. We could bring that down to $15,000.
Yeah, and if we have some on hand and he's comfortable with that,
Yep.
I was comfortable with it as
well. Next one is highway. I do want to bring up highway bid gravel. That line item is out of, again, that's another one it seems like he is off his budget on this one. It's a $200,000 budget item. He's at $232,000 already, $233 about. $120,000 went into the Elk Vale Road of that. So
And that was Game Fish and Parks.
yeah.
purchase.
So I just want to point that out. These are all questions I had with Troy. Why is that a little high? And so we discovered that so that would make sense. Highway signs is my next one I'm going to propose.
I don't know if I want to go down. Next year we may have to purchase some additional signage for roadways that, depending on LTAP's agreements,
Okay.
that we come up with.
So keep it at 70?
I would like to.
Okay. That's fine.
There may, yeah, I think there's going to be some cost.
Sure.
So LTAP's changing standards or what?
No, so you know, we have one road out there that has a no maintenance on it now, and I think if it's a no maintenance or low maintenance road, we have to have signs on them by law. There might be some additional. Now that we're starting to get a handle on some of these.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll keep that at
Gonna have a lot of
70.
those signs.
You guys got that?
Mm-hmm.
The other's next spot on here is highway improvement with other than buildings. Rich, you're on the phone for this conversation. You're going to have to wait for the savings here because I'd like to increase that budget from $25,000 to $125,000. And our thinking here is we have discussed a few times there's a lot of places that we may get accepted on a big grant that still costs the county a considerable amount of money, even our portion. What we'd like to do is get some bigger culverts versus waiting for a big grant on some of these spots that would work. Figure that's going to cost us about anywhere from $30,000 to $60,000 for each of these low spots. Some of the roads that aren't used a lot, but we have bridges that are failing. There will be a savings here, but so got to hold on. So
Yeah, it's frustrating when we do these big grants and there's, you know, $1 million bridge that I don't know if it needs to be there. We pay our 10 to 20% on those, and it's a great structure, but in the end, maybe government funds can be used better. Agree with 100.
any other questions? Yeah. The next one down, the state bridge replacement, and I think that's something that we need to clean up before the year's over. And I didn't have you guys look at this yesterday, but that $109,000 of activity, I assume, is for a big grant, and that was supposed to be assigned. So before the year's over, we'll have to clear that budget up. Contracted maintenance projects. I guess we looked at Troy and Rich and I took a look at this yesterday. We considered upping that $4 million is for the Haynes Avenue project, which we moved the cash already. That's the budget line item for Haynes Avenue. We thought about putting an extra $100,000 in there. The idea of that $100,000 would be to contract with some local truckers to help us with hauling the gravel. We got behind a little bit this year. We were short-staffed. I personally would like to keep that out of there for the time being. I would like to just keep that line item at $4 million. I'd like to see how things progress toward the end of the year. If we have some extra money or if it looks like we need to sign, I think that'd be a better use of that versus budgeting it right now.
Yeah, I think I agree, because if we're not able to have the additional support in there, we'll just deal with what we have. I don't know, and I think assignments is the way to go on that.
So we'll leave that at $4 million. I only brought that up so that we have it highlighted. The last one, DOT contracts. I propose that we bring that from 170 to 50. You were on the phone for this one as well, and that was the extra 100. We put 100 up into above. That's where I said there'd be savings coming. But take that from 170 down to 50 on this DOT contracts.
I think this was a carryover from contracting with the DOT on some things like striping and some of those things. But now they just put it into our STIP funds, and then we're on the hook to do the work.
So, is there anything else with highway? Those are my proposals. Like I said, doesn't.
No, I don't think. I think in the assigned funds from last year, we put in the property out on Elk Creek on that area, whether or not we were going to do that. We are still waiting on survey, I think, for that property. So it's still an assigned piece, and we'll just track that as we keep going. So I don't think it needs to be in the budget. Not a standard budget.
Commissioner Severn, your liaison to that department. Do you see anything else or something? Don't like some of my proposals or want something different? Okay. Okay, if there's, let's just go with these numbers. If there's no objections, let's go down to Digent. This that we can do. Brings us down to nurse, professional services, and fees. I'm going to propose cutting that budget in half, approximately, and cutting that down to $12,000. Now, the reason I'm doing so is in looking at this, this is a tough one. It's a needed service, but with that said, I looked at a lot of different counties and what they do, and for instance, Lawrence County gives about $60,000 in cash, but that doesn't speak apples to apples because we also give them a very nice place to have rent-free. We take care of utilities, which I want to continue. I think that's an important thing for us as a county to continue giving them a place to have. So I think something like that's probably worth around that $20,000 to $30,000 possibly. So I don't want people thinking we're leaving them high and dry by cutting budget on this, but I think cutting some of the cash, especially getting into some of the unknowns that we have coming from the legislature, I think it's getting to be time that we start cutting some of these outside agencies. So that's my proposal. We can certainly discuss it or have a different number if someone has it. That's the number that I was going to propose.
Well, I think I agree. I think we provide a building, we provide utilities and maintenance and snow removal and all of the things for that building. So there is some worth to that. They have relatively low numbers of visits, I think, and the service is provided not just here but in other areas as well from the same. I think cutting the budget is unfortunately the right thing.
Any other discussion to that? Okay, let's keep moving down. Domestic abuse, mental ill.
You forgot ambulance.
I forgot what?
Ambulance.
We haven't. Is that? Oh, I apologize. Okay, along with this proposal from me is, I guess you added that in a secret spot, you guys.
We put it in the area that it fits the actual counting of manual.
That's I'm fine. I would like to propose. Overall, I'm cutting the outside agency with my proposals about 25%. So with that, I think it's about 25.5 off of that budget. Is that correct, Rhea? That we figured yesterday is what I am proposing to take off of the outside agencies. So with that said, I would like to add $2,500 for Faith Ending Ambulance.
That's a nonprofit corporation.
Can you speak
It's
to
not
that?
a district. Correct?
No, it's not a. It's not
so
a
it'd be a
district.
nonprofit.
Yes, sorry. Yes, yes. They requested 5. Cover a big area. I know the argument. There's others in Meade County that have taxing districts, so some would be paying a little double. But like I said, I think some of this we've cut. It's still well over 20%, I believe, after adding the 2,500. There's discussion.
Yeah, so my thought is, I agree, replace SIP districts. That's a remote area. I want to support that service. I think, though, we should send a clear message that they should look at establishing a district as a support mechanism to help with that, and it's going to take some time for them to do that. But, you know, districts, you know, Piedmont's got a district that covers not just Piedmont, but a large portion of the valley and going out into down Elk Creek Road, and so Sturgis now has a district around it. That's the way that we need to head that way, and I appreciate all those people out there are volunteering that run. The long-term answers got to be just to establish districts. That's ultimately where you got to be. Unless the state comes up with some other kind of figure it out. But so I'm not going to oppose the 25 because reducing some of the other discretionary area, but I think it's easier when they have districts to potentially on this outside agency rather than be a supplemental every year. They come for special projects that maybe a small district needs a little help with to get over the hump. I think that's probably a better place for the county to move.
Any other discussion on that?
So I agree with Talbot. I think I would really like to see them be a district. Last year I said no to the funding. Did not sound like they were interested in doing the district. And I realize that if they start the district process, they don't get funds from that until the taxing entity becomes an entity, and then it's still 2 years down the road basically when they start. So I'm okay with the 2,500, but I do want them to become a district because I think that's the right method.
Yeah, in fact, I would support the 2,500 now, and then support probably helping them put together a district.
Yeah.
Or even.
So basically, the message forward is it's supportive. We're supportive of it now, but more than likely won't be in the future, whether the district is formed or not.
I think what you could tell them from me is I don't see movement towards them trying to figure out a district by this time next year. It's going to go back to zero.
I would concur, and I'd be willing to help push for funding for helping them create the district. I think we usually do a part of the election portion or legal fees or something. I don't know.
We don't provide the legal fees. We've quit that practice,
Okay.
but we would obviously help with an election. Although it might make more sense to have an election in faith. But I will include in the letter that we send to them regarding their award, should you move this way, that we do need to visit about establishing a district.
Okay. You just supportive of leaving that in? Then?
Yeah, I'm good with leaving it in as long as the note's there for them.
Let's move down to domestic abuse. Mentally ill. Disabled. This one, I am going to propose to bring this to zero. They do a lot of good work, but some of these, I just feel it's not necessarily the responsibility of government to fund various charity organizations like that. I have nothing against the operation.
Yeah, I've looked what you got coming up. I think this idea of with the tightening of the budgets, and then there comes a philosophical point where you say that nonprofit, more entities that are kind of specialized, that should be supported directly by the taxpayers rather than us decide, where taxpayer money should go to. So I think that makes some sense long term. So I support that.
Any other discussion on that? Not, let's move down to opioid. I didn't have one as of last night. I really had to ponder this one. But I'm going to propose, I understand we have the opioid fund. We have about $229,000 in that fund. The problem is, with giving $90,000 every year, that's going to run out in about 4 years if we keep doing this, because we're going to see about $52,000 come in next year, $48,000 the next, $56,000 the next, $56,000 the next, and then it's going to gradually start getting less and less. These are good programs, but I would rather prolong it versus getting to the 4th year and saying, hey, we're out of money. So I would like to propose what was requested from the Northern Hills Diversion Teen Court was $15,750. I would propose offering them $15,000.
Is that in that opioid settlement line that would appear, or is that someplace else?
It's in the opioid settlement line, isn't it? Yeah. It's in the opioid. If you go to your binder, and you go to the outside agents, it's actually under the outside agencies.
Or item J10.
And then I would also propose then to give, to keep the other two at the same funding level that they asked for last year. So it'd be 25, 30, and then 15. The total opioid would be 50, about 70,000.
In the 5 years, we were out of money.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, it's not. Yeah, I think this is the first year we've actually said no to some of these outside agencies, so it might be a whittle down effect.
Yeah, and the difference here between outside agencies is this money has to be used.
Yeah, we have. Yes, and I tried to when I was looking at my 25% cut. What I did was that was the 25% of what comes out of general fund. So, which included all outside agencies, because every dollar comes out of general fund, and the $14,000 that came out for the libraries, because that comes out of general fund. But it's got to be handled differently, because this money has to be spent. I realize it. It's a needed. All these are needed projects, but I'd like to keep them going, as long as we can. So that's where I'd be at for a proposal on that.
Mr. Chair, do you mind reviewing those numbers again for each agency?
I guess what I would recommend is going $15,000 for the Northern Hills Diversion Teen Court. And then last year we gave Action for the Betterment of the Community, we gave them $25,000. And we gave Northern Hills Drug and Alcohol Compass Point, we gave them $30,000. So I'd recommend keeping those at the same level that we did last year, the 25 and the 30. And then moving the teen court to 15,000. That was 5,000 they asked for last year, but the drug court's not asking for drug court money this year. They're asking for a little more for the teen court. They based that on $750 per case, which they had 22 cases, I believe, this year. So that's $750 basically is what that's based on. That's what my proposal would be for that.
Thank you.
The Northern Hills Drug Court would go to 15?
15,000 is what I'm asking, is what I'm proposing.
So, and these are kind of all over the board. But we'd give 115, 120, 130. Can we just do 15 for all 4 of the requests? Because I mean, it seems like there's four groups requesting money.
Mr. Chair, only 3 requested funds this year.
The Northern Hills Drug and Northern Hills Diversion Teen Court, the same one. They requested $30,000 last year is what we gave them. They didn't request any money for the drug court. They're requesting money, a little bit more money, for the teen court.
Sure.
I did verify that with Karen Hunt, that she was not requesting any money for drug court.
So that's where,
And then if it was the three groups and we gave 15 for each of the groups, that's 45 grand, which is about what we have coming in on a yearly basis for the next 10 years.
If you go to your packet on page here. Oh, sorry. Okay. A little more techy.
So, I may be on the fence of doing 15 per each of the requests.
Okay. That's fair. What would be the wish of the group to move on that one? Rich brings up 15 for each, so $45,000 line item for that. Okay, fair. I guess you can just, like I said, take a straw poll. It really doesn't matter till we pass the budget. Okay, Mr. Wazorek?
I'd go for 60. Supposedly 68 this year. That's what I'm looking at the opioid.
We've already got most of that 68 in though.
In 2025.
Yeah.
So next year you're at 52. I mean, if we're going to tie it to it, I don't know. Downside that we have to. Probably should just be a long-term plan of how this is going to work. But
You have a number in mind to offer as a?
I said 60.
60. Okay.
But,
so that would be about what?
We can put it in the budget because we might even have somebody come during the year.
How would you propose splitting? That'd be the next question.
So if we go 60, I'd request that the teen drug court get their 15.
Proportional split for the other two.
So then, yeah, okay. Is everyone in agreement with 60,000 for the opioid?
I go 60.
Sure. Okay, we're in agreement there. Let's move on.
So do we do just 3 at, what was the division?
Okay,
I'm sorry.
15,000 for the teen court.
Okay.
And you split 45,000 between the other two, right?
Then there's at least some consistency.
Yeah.
In numbers.
And we're getting that number. My goal is to get that number so we can keep doing some of these programs.
So 22.5 for the other two.
Brings us to, are you guys still figuring? Down to mental ill. Oh, we've already did amendment, sorry. Public library, again, I propose just keeping this at the same funding as it was last year. There's about 14,000 that comes out of the general fund. The rest comes in tax levies. So I'm going to recommend keeping it about the same. Mr. Wazorek, I know you and I have had some conversations about
yeah,
this.
I'm okay with keeping it the same this year. We might need to consider where we're going with the proportionate. Sturgis has about 7,000 people. You throw Piedmont, and Somerset, because Piedmont Library is open to Somerset people too. They've got over 4,000. I mean, these numbers. Who they serve and how many people in the county that actually serve are kind of getting to be a question to me, because at Piedmont Library, though smaller physically, sees a lot of traffic from the county. Population's growth is. So I'm okay with keeping it kind of, the ratio looks okay to me. And that doesn't really work for Faith, but Faith is kind of isolated too, and they probably need a little bit more support. So,
Faith is also funded by their school district.
So the issue, we've kind of kept this flat for several years, thinking hopefully that the levy of the library would catch up eventually. Full closing gap.
Well, it's
can never increase at our low rate.
Yeah, it's just
so low, it's never going to
more growth. So, no, I'm going to live with it this year. I'm just kind of throwing that out there as I'm kind of struggling with whether those proportions have to change.
Okay, anything else?
I struggle with this one, but I mean, our levy, the incoming money is 42.5 for that next year. So there's a levy, there's an option. It's just the same as what we discussed with the ambulance. I mean, there's a levy option out there, but then we give them more money. So I'm more of the opinion of, you know, using the levy to pay for the libraries and then the county not pick up the rest of it. But that's my point.
Got a number you want to bring forward?
42.558.
That big is, where's the rest of the board on that?
Mr. Chair?
No. Okay.
With the new growth number, the actual projected library collection is 42,416.
Yes, we have a new growth number. We'll get to it within. I heard a no, that wouldn't be acceptable to the rest of the board. I'd be a no. Anybody else?
I think I'm a no right now. More so, I'd probably entertain it with notice to the libraries. That's where we're going. So maybe it's something we should revisit first of the year. Cause, here's how we're going to do it, and maybe come up with a portion in it. But last thing I want to do is make it with the library.
Well, it would actually be
countywide.
It would actually be a fairly easy request if we asked them to come forward with the number of constituents they serve, and we could prorate it.
But it's a countywide levy, so
It is not a countywide levy. It is not levied in Sturgis,
okay,
Piedmont,
excuse
or
me,
Fayette.
but it's throughout the county, other than the municipalities. It's levied, so they're all everyone. They're getting the levies bringing in.
That's because the municipality picks up the majority of it, and they have they serve the county at no charge.
The point being, there's no district for library. Right. Yeah, that's the only point I was trying to make.
No.
If that number is acceptable, and we'll just keep it at the same as the level we gave last year, and move down to fair, I would like to propose taking $500 off of that line item, bring that down to $8,000. Any discussion? Your liaison.
I'm in pretty good agreement with you on starting to back off on.
Again, they're doing a good job out there. It's just the senior citizens. I'm proposing to bring those down to zero, taking $1,000 off of Piedmont and Sturgis. Got a no.
Oh. Okay. Fine with that.
What's the wishes of the rest of the board?
Most of those people have paid taxes their entire life through here, and what we give them is a mere pittance. And they've been cut in every other way, and keeps them happy.
What's the direction of the board? Which, yeah.
I'm okay with. I think we really got to start looking at how we spend a lot of this.
You know, it's about the only thing some of these people have in their life. $1,000 is absolutely insignificant to us. And particularly when I look down here, Tri-County, and just down here a little bit more.
We're going to get to those.
Huh?
We're going to get to those.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, as far as what you get in return, I'm going to use it as a comparison. Tri-County doesn't have an employee. They don't even have a working board. But we still have them listed as 4,000, but we have, and they really only planted a few trees last year. And we got the senior citizens who,
Okay, so what do we want for a number at 0, or Doreen, you're saying keep it at 1,000?
yeah.
I say leave it at 2,000.
1,000 apiece.
1,000 apiece, yeah.
Any other discussion? What?
I mean, pick a fight with somebody who can fight back.
Well, I'm asking for the direction of the board.
Yeah. So, yeah, I say cut them. I mean, I appreciate those. Everybody's paid the tax a long time, but all the needy seniors get significant property tax breaks that they just have to apply for. Not as if there aren't other more targeted things for the needy out there.
You're going to hold your line at 0? Got a 2-2, and I was the one proposing, so therefore it looks like it will cut them to 0. Move down to 4H. Workman's comp was the only thing changed in that one. Elk Creek Conservation allocation. I'm proposing to bring that down to $11,000. Any discussion?
I think what you do is you take it to 5 and you tell them we're going to take 5 off a year for the next couple of years. They'll go to 0. They have their own district and they should levy appropriately within the district.
Take it to 5 or take 5 off?
Take it 5 off and then say where, I mean.
I agree. I agree.
So take it to 10,000.
Take it 10,000 this year with the message that it's next year we'll go to 5 and the year after that it goes to 0 essentially. Because
I appreciate what they do, but
I do too.
that's $25,000 that we spend.
Well, those districts, we're just building into their annual budgeting. Again, I'd be more receptive to having maybe a small fund. A district comes and says, "Hey, we have an unusual event here, which we think would be beneficial if you would help us," as opposed to becoming just part of their operating budget.
So, yeah, project related. If they would say, "Hey, we got an opportunity to plant a bunch of trees," or something along those lines.
Right. We've got somebody along the interstate will allow us to plant 1,000 trees as shelter and give us an easement that they want out, and then it's a beautification. It helps and it conserves and it's beautification. That project, something like that, I'd be willing to throw money at. But
Or even, snow fences, live snow fences in the county.
Yeah.
I'd be more than happy to throw money at those.
Okay, so is everyone in agreement to bring that down to 10,000? Okay, let's move down to Tri-County. I'm proposing to bring that down to 4,000.
My question is why we're going to give them any money. They have no operating board. They planted what at one place last year, or was it 2?
I think she said 5.
Okay, she's left the area. They have no employees. And the ones they planted in Zebah County, and Zebah doesn't even fund them. So why are we planting trees over
all right,
there?
let's go to 0.
Any wishes of the board? Sounds like I'm hearing 0. Okay.
If they put it, put it back together and need a one-time $5,000 next year, they should come to us with a plan.
Okay, let's go to weed and pest.
Here's another negative one, JJ.
If you go down to weed and pest utilities, there's a line item that I think we're getting cleared up with Troy, that the utilities, I think they're getting some of that supposed to be going to the highway. It looks like we under budget. So I don't think we changed the budget. Do you have any update from when we talked about it, Rich? Or
I haven't heard anything back from Troy today.
Okay, nothing changes. Go down to planning. There's a couple changes in there. This came from, they needed some a little more money for the vehicle and supplies. That changed from provisional $3,000, yeah, or is that okay? As well as software, they learned they need some more software. Is that correct, Tony? Oh, I got an email. I think you did too, Talbot, updating that she was going to need that, or did you send that to me?
I did not.
Okay. Okay. There's nothing else. Let's move down to urban and rural. Is that our Black Hills Association?
No. That is your Black Hills Council of
Black
Local
Hills
Governments.
Council, I meant to say.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. There's no change there. Let's move down to industrial development. This would be the SEDC contract. I'm proposing that we cut that to $14,000.
I support that.
I will too. I would support a $5,000 cut based on our other cut that we just did.
At 5,000, what's the wish of the board? Go to 13.5. You, Talbot, where would you be?
$500 if that's
Doreen?
I guess I agree with Talbot, one way or the other. It doesn't. But you're on that board. You and Rhea are on that board. Are they going to be able to operate? And I don't like the idea that I heard a letter went out. They won't help Somerset. Is that so?
Well, Somerset's not going to fund them this year.
Well, I know, but we always supported them
Yeah, I
because
understand.
they do it throughout the county.
Sorry, I shouldn't have. Yeah, you're right. You're right there.
Well,
Somerset's going to go hire their own, to my knowledge.
Somerset has another plan in the works.
So,
But until that time, and they should still work with them.
obviously, economic development's important, but project related, I'm going to have that going through my head as well. But yeah, I think a cut's needed. I like even numbers, so I'm going to stay with 14,000 unless you guys say it doesn't matter, so we'll stay at 14,000. Good with that?
14 works for me.
Okay.
14 is okay with me too. So it's an even number.
Yep. And that brings us down to the bottom of our expenses, which it'll change some of the I guess it shouldn't have. We changed a little bit in highway. So some of those operating transfers will be different. Just a little bit. Let's go to revenue quickly. I guess there's not much on revenue. Just a couple changes from the provisional on revenue. Number one, the biggest change was our growth number is going to be different, which is going to hurt us some. Rhea, would you explain that?
I sure will. I don't actually have this in board docs, do I? This morning I handed out a new projected tax revenue estimate sheet. And when we preliminarily estimated growth, we used 1.7, which is out of the Director of Equalization Office abstract that we turn in, which includes TIF values. In running the growth through the auditor's office, they removed the TIF values and lowered our growth to 1.35%. The increment values, Talbot. That lowers growth to 1.35. So on this updated sheet, we have given you new tax estimates based on the 1.35% growth.
So when those TIFs come off, do we get all that growth in 1 year?
Yes, that is true.
But since growth is capped,
At
especially under the
3%.
the new law, will that affect that?
No, that will not.
This
TIFs
is overall growth.
Yes.
And growth cap is only against owner-occupied, right?
It is against
Yeah.
owner-occupied, but it has been announced that when TIFs are done, that we will collect all of that as growth.
And it will be exempt from that percentage
Yes.
increase?
It will.
So, nonetheless, we have
Department
less-
of Revenue figure that out?
less money from revenue because of that. The other thing is DOR informed us that we're not really sure why, but they informed us that we have an extra 72,000 that we can choose to apply to the general fund taxes if we wish. I don't even know, since that was, we almost have to, because I don't even know where that goes. Do you? Is it going to go in the bank from which year? Did they say that?
We could bank it.
I understand, but what year? Is it from this year or last year? It's from
Last year.
Last year. So it could be banked, okay, for another 2 years. So we could bank 72,000 if we wish, or we could use it toward the revenue. That's up to the board to decide that.
Well, I think since we have unexpected increases such as in the ambulance, in the animal shelter, and everything else, we need to take. I think since we have the increased costs in law enforcement related due to jail and court-appointed attorneys and all that, we need to take the revenue.
I hate to say it, but I would agree.
I would agree as well.
If you guys could add that, the 70, Talbot?
Fine.
Yep. Guess we'll add that 72,000 on then. The other two places in revenue that I have recognized is 101-324-000. Building permits. I know the planning department's going to go through their fee structure. I think it's going to be a huge amount of revenue, but I'd like to add $20,000 to that revenue item. Commissioner Wysorick, would you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, we can add that. I think hard to guess where that's going to be because you don't even know.
They go up.
And you would expect building might pick up a little bit with interest rates trending down, but strange economic world out there.
With that and the increase in some of the fees, I was thinking that 20 would be a conservative estimate.
That's probably safe, yeah.
So if you could add, the rest of the board agrees?
Yeah, because I think, Tanya is working on a building, the fee structure, so I think that would be something that comes up, and we should be able to recoup some of those costs that we have in that office.
Yeah, and just so it's clear for anybody listening, we're trying to get those fees to match what it costs us to process and handle and review and go out and do the checks on the sites to make sure building's done correctly. It's not truly a revenue generator as it is the people doing the application covering their costs, and we're woefully under that right now.
There's times that we're going backwards on that.
Yeah, we're losing money on commercial development out there because we have to send them out to inspect so often.
And we're out of sync with what other areas charge.
Right. Yep.
And the general taxpayer should not have to supplement that.
Agreed.
There's one other place within revenue, 101-329-000. That's overweight permits. Again, that we got a new ordinance coming for these permits. I don't project the county to make a bunch of money, but I think we could probably add $10,000 to that.
And Mr. Johns, are we going to get that done? All right, well, here the task is on you.
Either way, we got to go to some permit. If we're going to bring some of these roads down to the 80,000 gross vehicle weight, we're going to have to permit these vehicles.
I agree.
So they've got to stay on the road. So $10,000, I think, is I really don't even know what to guess, but I would suspect we'll be selling more permits than we have in the past.
I mean, currently we have no fee on a permit, but as we look through our ordinance, there will be a fee on the permit.
Yeah.
And I think 10,000 is a fair, probably on the low side, hopefully.
Okay. So if we could add that to the revenue. That's all the proposals I have. Like I said, if anybody else has anything different, If they don't, I would tell Rhea and Don, and I guess I can help and bug you guys like I've been doing for the last 6 months on this budget. But we can calculate these numbers and we can see if it's a budget we want to pass.
Red eye, red eye.
So I'll just break now for a bit. Yep.
Why?
We got to get the numbers.
Oh, she's got to get the numbers, yeah.
this last sheet of this that we just gave you, you'll notice that the expenditures are $28,307,367. If you look at your
Okay.
If you look at your means of finance sheet, you'll see that $28,307,367 to the right-hand side.
Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. I'll call the meeting back to order if we get the mics live and we have the video on. Okay. So, yeah, Rhea, if you could display on the screen the means of finance, please.
Did you close it out downstairs?
And before you have 3 pages. One is the spreadsheet by department. One is the spreadsheet showing the budget, and the other is the means of finance. And go ahead, Rhea.
Wow, 1.6?
Pardon me?
I looked and I saw reduction.
I think it's important to note on the means of finance, although we've been struggling to get this balance to zeros. I think that's all of our goals as conservatives. But the item I've been looking for is to get that cash applied in the general below that 5% mark. And it looks like we did that. So, because that's the 5%'s adding for any fudge factor if we messed up somewhere. So that's, I'm pretty tickled to say we did that.
Well, you spent a lot of time doing it, and I'm really glad that you have enjoyed it so much.
Enjoyed it. I don't mind working on these numbers. And actually, Don and Rhea did a significant amount of work.
I want to see where our mill levy is.
Do you have the mill sheet, Rhea?
I do.
That on the screen. Yeah, I guess you didn't have that. We should print that off.
Another point is that this is the first time since I've been here that I think we've had that cash applied number under our 5% for sure, or within that 5% range.
Well, yeah, but the cash applied to the general is the main one. The last line of this means finance.
And if you look here.
You have the levy up on the screen.
I do.
And that,
So you will see that we are asking for the general levy, we are asking for $13,059,193. I said that completely wrong, didn't I? $13,059,193, which creates a levy of 3.374 for 25, pay 26. I believe, did I just say that the levy last year was 3.285? 3.285? So it is a slight increase in your general levy. The library levy did go down from .016 to .014. And your secondary road levy shown here at the bottom did go down slightly too. Do you remember what it was, Don?
221.
Okay.
Or 223.
Yep.
Why would we take the secondary road levy down?
We didn't take the levy. We're taking the max that we can max that we can take.
Okay.
When
and then
values
the levy
go up,
goes down based on the amount the valuations went up.
correct.
Okay.
And with all three of these levies, you are taking the max that you can take for 25, pay 26.
What is the percentage increase over our current one? I could go to our agenda and go to your office page. Get that. Which, by the way, I've never acknowledged how nice that is that you got the budget on the audit.
Thank you. 0.027.
So it was at
3.285, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look on the.
So we raised 2.7%. Okay.
Any other questions while Rhea's looking that up?
Well, that's less than inflation. Depending upon what you use for inflation.
Questions, comments? And or action on this budget?
So our current budget that we went through today is $28,307,367.
That is correct.
I'll make a motion to approve the budget as amended.
Well, no, it'd be the final budget. Approve this means of finance is what I think we need to do. Correct, Rhea?
I would approve both. I would approve the means of finance, and I would approve your final budget.
Yes.
So
Yep,
I'll make a motion to approve the means of finance
as presented.
At $28,307,367.
Motion and second to approve the means of finance. Are you going to end the budget?
I'll do a separate motion.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Approve the means of finance as presented, with the total budget number being $28,307,367. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Oh, Talbot.
I will make a motion to approve the budget at the budget worksheets at $28,307,367.
So a motion is second, and just to be clear, you're approving both these budget worksheets essentially by department as well.
That is correct.
Okay,
yes.
as well as this. Is that clear? Yeah, okay. A motion is second on the floor to approve these two budget worksheets that are presented to us, which includes the budget worksheet by department. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Real quick, I really do appreciate the fact that we got all of our personnel costs in, and that's you guys did a great job. Deborah did a great job, and Gary, thanks for pushing this stuff through. Sometimes we don't have that information, and it's a little bit more challenging at the end of the year. So I appreciate the color-coded. I appreciate all of the pieces that you guys did.
Mr. Chair, do you want to make a motion to sign this resolution? Or is
Yes,
that
we'll
just
need a motion to sign it and have it passed. We don't have that in front of us, though, but if you could put it on the screen, I'd appreciate it.
You handed that out. That's one you just handed out.
No, we gotta
No,
sign the big.
the one that
Oh,
we
yeah, I
signed.
know we have to sign it.
If you just put it on the screen so they know what they're... Any questions on this document that's up on? That's the resolution.
Well, it's the same number we just adopted.
Yeah, Rich is looking at it.
I was just double checking.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve the levy, adopt the resolution for max, what was the levy through the bottom of there?
The general levy is 3.374, the library levy is 0.014, and the secondary road levy is 0.217.
So if we basically you need, let's go up to the top, please. So if you had passed Appendix D, adopted budget levies and resolution, that would suffice, and then this whole thing will get printed in the paper.
My motion is to approve Appendix D for adopted budget levy resolution.
Motion and second on the floor to pass Appendix D4, the adopted budget and levy resolution. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I believe that is going to conclude all of our business today. There's nothing else that needs to come before the board. I will declare us adjourned.